I call to order the March 8th, 2021 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will start with a flag salute led by Supervisor Jones.
Please begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Suzanne. So, Megan, is this, you're going to do the meeting procedures now?
We can do now.
Yep, thanks.
So for participation in public comment, the board is going to hear the staff presentation. Then they will come back and have conversation among the board, questions to staff. Then we will shift to public comment. At that point, we will take all public comment for anyone in the room present at the meeting. There's a sign up out front to get a card number. We will be calling it by group. When we call your group, please line up socially distanced in the middle. At that point, we will then shift over to all virtual public comment via Zoom. We do ask that anyone on the Zoom call, please go ahead and raise your hand now to sign up for public comment. We will go ahead and get you logged into the group. Thank you.
And just be sure, Karen, we can launch right into the agenda item now because we'll have public comment generally tomorrow.
That's correct. It's a special meeting and there's no general public comment.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll take up our 3 o'clock timed item, which is Hidden Falls Regional Park and Trails expansion, and we will start with Lisa Carnahan, and Andy Fisher is close by. So, good afternoon.
Is this on? There it is. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, public. Glad to be here. Everybody participating in today's meeting. Lisa Carnahan with the Parks Division. With me here today are Andy Fisher, Ken Grimm, Stephanie Holloway is here. She'll be coming in from Department of Public Works. We've got a slew of gentlemen here from the Cal Fire. We have Josh Hunsinger from the Ag Department, and we'll have Jeff Darlington on Zoom from the Placer Land Trust. Most people know now where the project location is, but just really quickly, it is west of Highway 49, south of the Bear River. This darker gray area here is the existing Hidden Falls, the 1,200 acres. The trails expansion is comprised of the Garden Bar 40 area and the easement to get to the existing Hidden Falls, the connectivity parcels, the Twilight Ride parcels, all of which are owned by Placer County, or we have an easement. And then there is the Taylor Ranch, the Catamian, Outman, and Harvigo Bear River Preserves, which are owned by the Land Trust, where the county has trail easements. And then there's the Liberty Ranch, which is privately owned. It's in the dashed line here, and the county has a 15-foot wide easement that runs through the property. All totaled, it's about 4,000 acres when you combine everything. The proposed trail system is in front of you now. We began environmental review for this project in late 2016, and we did a subsequent environmental impact report because the trail system will connect here to the existing Hidden Falls trail system, and the conditional use permit that now covers Hidden Falls, we're going to be asking for a modification to that to cover the entirety of the trail system. The draft and final SEIR were out last year for public comment and review. It originally, the full project build out that was analyzed in the document included about 30 miles of new trails, 3 new parking areas, one at Garden Bar, the existing, a little bit of an expansion at the existing Mears, the Twilight Ride parking area, and the Cortola Ranch parking area. Along with the full build out, the analysis looked over 3 alternatives, which each provided a smaller version of the full build-out. And after listening to the concerns of the neighbors, talking with them, looking at the costs of the full build-out, staff has returned with what we are calling the reduced project. And the reduced project would still have the same amount of miles, the 30 miles of new trails, would still have the same parameters as far as it would include all of the new areas. What it would do is it would reduce the parking available from what the original full build-out was 297 automobile spaces and 68 equestrian spaces spaced throughout the 3 parking areas. The reduced project would either eliminate parking in some areas. For instance, it would eliminate the Cotola Ranch to go up to the Harbor-Bear River. All that would be up there would be the docent-led tours, which are currently allowed by the Land Trust. There's a space for about 18 cars up there. The rest of the parking areas, with the exception of the mirrors, so these 2 would be cut in about half. So all over it would reduce the parking areas by about 60%. And I want to emphasize, and this is really important, is that I know there's been concern, well, the Parks Division's coming forward now with the reduced project, but, they could just come tomorrow and ask for the full one. No, this is it. This is all you will see from this. We are considering this our generation's project, this reduced project. We're not going to be coming back asking for any more. In fact, we've put conditions of approval for your review in the use permit that would limit it to the reduced project. And like Ken always says, if sometime in the future our children's children want to, come back and take a second look at it sometime in the distant future, they'd have to go back through environmental review. They'd have to go back to public hearings and come before the board again for another decision. But we're going to leave that to them, and all we're looking for is this reduced project. So why did this project come about? Well, we've had a lot of pent-up demand at the current entrance. We had, we were always having people wanting, needing more areas to park. Parking is paramount in order for people to be able to access these areas. And, and this project has garnered a lot of emotions on both sides. You have the trail users who would I'm sure they would like the big project, and then you have the residents that live nearby that, would like something much smaller. So, after listening to folks, sitting down with folks, hearing what they had to say, reading what they had to say, we came up with this reduced project, which we feel is a really good compromise between what we originally proposed and nothing. And with a 60% reduction in parking from the original, we feel that it's a good, honest compromise. This is a layout of the reduced project. As I mentioned, up here at the Cotola Ranch Road area, we completely eliminated that parking area, so it would be limited to what's existing for the docent-led tours. There would be no public entrance other than that through Auburn Valley or Cotola Ranch Road. We reduced the parking at Twilight Ride parking area by about a half. We'll have about 25 more spaces at the existing Hidden Falls Mears Point. And then at Garden Bar, we reduced it by over a half. It was originally 70 vehicles, including horse trailers. The reduced project has no horse trailers. It only has 30 vehicles, only allowed weekends and holidays, nothing during the week. And anybody out there would need to have a reservation. The other component of the reduced project, if you'll look at this blue hatched area, that's called what we're calling the backcountry management area. And because we had a real desire from some users, your long distance runners, your equestrians, your super duper hikers, your bicyclists that really want to get out and stretch their legs and get more of that backcountry experience. And so in order to work that in, we have come up with what we feel is a really good option, which is they would have to come to us, get a permit 7 days a week. So even if during the week when a parking pass wouldn't be necessary for the Twilight Ride, they'd need to come in, get a special permit saying they're going to go in the backcountry. With that, it's like a wilderness permit. You know, we'd know who's going in, what their itinerary is. They would have to sign all on the dotted line saying they know there's private property in there, that they need to stay on the trails, obviously no smoking, camping, any of that, that they would be out by the time the gate closes. So this is truly an area just for people to get in some a nice long day and then come on out. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison of the full build-out of the project versus the reduced project. And as you can tell, there's, like I said, it's over 60% in reduction. So I'm going to just move on. I was going to go into that further, but we've got a lot to do tonight. So I'm going to just zip to the Twilight Ride parking area. This is, to give you an idea, this is Bell Road out here. Many of you have been by the site or in the site, so you know here's the entrance, this existing pond in here. There would be a turnaround area with a gate for the ranger, and the turnaround would be large enough for fire to get in and out. There would be a paved access drive along to the back 40 area where there would be 20 horse trailer parking and 54 parking spaces for automobiles. There'd be a kiosk for not only information from parks, but from also fire. There would be a 12,000-gallon water tank with a hose for fire. There would be a landing zone, again, for helicopters, for emergency services. There would be restrooms and a septic area. This is a kind of a close-up, more of a close-up of the Twilight Ride parking area. It's a good depiction of the pink and the yellow is what was originally proposed with the full build-out. And with the reduced project, all that we're proposing is what's in the yellow. So you'd come in, here's your horse spots, here's your automobile spots with the restroom, kiosk, landing zone, and then a connection to the Taylor Ranch. This is the Garden Bar parking area. And here's the Garden Bar comes up this way. The existing access road would remain for the people that live there. Our new access for the public would come at the bend, so you would have better sight distance in either side. It would have a gate and turn around in case it was after hours, that somebody could turn around, come out in a forward-facing manner. It would have 25 spots here paved with a restroom and 5 down by the bridge for ADA. And it would also allow for this area, pink area here, would be for a subsequent phase where they would allow 6 events per year. You'd have to get a special event permit application from the Parks Division, and with that, all of the various departments look at it: fire, traffic, environmental health, and they all look at their own components to make sure that everything's covered if you have an event there. And it would only be allowed 6 times per year. And for traffic, for example, one of the things could be that they could have, they could require the applicant to provide extra patrol on Garden Bar Road, flaggers, something like that. And I've got off on the easy part of the presentation. I'm now going to hand the presentation over to Andy Fisher, who's going to take up the next portion.
Thanks, Lisa.
Members of the board, thank you for being willing to hold a special meeting for this important project. Andy Fisher with the Parks Division. I also want to thank folks who've
given their afternoon to be here, both opposed and in favor of the project, and folks who have come to give testimony on this project. Lisa gave a good synopsis of the project itself, and I'd like to go from there and talk some about the history of how we got here today in this project, and then conclude the presentation by going over some of the areas that have caused the most discussion, the most concern, and how we're addressing those. Beginning with how we got here. Hidden Falls came out of the Placer Legacy Program that your board adopted in the year 2000. It came out of the open space element of the 1994 General Plan. The Placer Legacy Open Space and Agricultural Conservation Program was a method of implementing that agricultural and open space elements of the General Plan. Within that adopted program in the year 2000, there were some objectives specific to what set staff and your board on a course to where we are today. One of those is to conserve natural features necessary for access to a variety of outdoor recreation opportunities. So built into the Legacy program was the anticipation of recreation opportunities, and in specific implementation measures, residents of South Placer, incorporated and unincorporated areas alike, would be served by providing one or more large, defined by 300 or more acres, regional parks in a rural setting with a variety of passive recreation opportunities. Such a park may be connected with larger areas of protected land, providing additional habitat value. And that was the beginning of the acquisitions, the 11 of them, I believe, that have resulted in both existing Hidden Falls that's open today and the expansion areas that are the subject of the project before you today. So Hidden Falls, the larger Spears portion, purchased in 2003, Didion Ranch purchased in 2004. Subsequent to those, in partnership with the Land Trust and owned by the Land Trust, the Taylor Ranch, Liberty Ranch, and Harvigo Bear River Preserves, and the Outman Big Hill Preserves, owned by the Land Trust. In 2012, in May of 2012, staff returned to your board for a revisit to the Legacy program after 12 years of its existence, and the board reaffirmed some priorities, including this one under focus areas for staff. Continue with acquisitions to provide connectivity between Hidden Falls and conservation lands to the east and north via fee, trail easement, and or conservation easement. And the point there I just want to make is that we have, to the best of our ability as all these acquisitions have come forward, they have been explicit about the expectation that one day there would be expanded public access and trails on these properties. After this reaffirmation by the board, we did purchase the Campbell, Haddad, and Loudon properties that the county owns. They made the final connectivity so that we could have full connectivity. We had the rights for full trail easement and connectivity between Hidden Falls and the Harvigo Preserve. And so that really was kind of the timing that sent us into the EIR that we've studied. We began the EIR in 2016. We also picked up in 2016 40 acres near Garden Bar Road that Lisa showed you. When we opened Hidden Falls originally in 2006, we really had we didn't have an overflow problem from 2006 until we expanded the park in 2013, opened up the full 1,200 acres. And in 2014, with the rising advent of social media, with a bad ski year in the middle of the winter and the Sacramento Bee doing an article on where to take your sweetheart for Valentine's Day, including Hidden Falls, we started to experience exponential growth in the visitation at Hidden Falls. In 2014, the beginning of 2015, we were turning away as many as 500 cars a day. The demand was great, but that created for us a dire problem. Your members of the board that were there at the time will remember that very well. Created a very difficult problem for the Mears neighborhood. We came to your board with various recommendations, and your board was eager to direct staff with a number of remedial actions that we took that did eventually work, although it did take some time for training of folks. So we started with no parking zones. People parked in neighborhoods. We started with, we brought on enlarged ranger patrol of the neighborhoods. We increased our website and social media presence. We installed a webcam, which, by the way, some folks had mentioned there was a rash of some break-ins in the parking lot. When we put the webcam in, that largely went away. So that had that secondary effect of being another set of eyes constantly on the parking lot. We embarked on public education, videos, engaged our PIO office, and have ever since then been engaged in public information, tracking down websites that advertise trails, making sure people get the message that now today you need on weekends and holidays where there's a lot of demand, you need a reservation. We have an online reservation system. We use that system to message. It has been effective, but it took well over a year to educate folks who were used to coming to Hidden Falls with no restrictions for 8 to 10 years, then all of a sudden had to learn that you need a reservation. That took some time. It took some concerted effort, but we're seeing it work well now, and I believe COVID was a good opportunity to test the system where we, during COVID and high demand during the week, began to require reservations all week long, where we normally don't have the demand during the weekdays to need reservations. We did starting last March and April. We increased the reservation system to 7 days a week, and we brought down the allowed use within the park to 60% just to encourage social distancing, and we did not get the overflow conditions. So I think that was an encouraging sign that our reservation system has worked and our outreach with education has produced. And I don't want to say there are no problems. There are still problems. Our rangers still patrol the neighborhood. They look for folks who didn't want to get a reservation parking outside the gate. They tell us today they deal with about 1 parking reservation violation outside the gate per week. They watch for people walking in that clearly parked outside the gate. We're not supposed to. So we have that vigilance. We do want to take that vigilance and what we've learned at Hidden Falls in the Mears parking lot, now that we do believe we have a good management strategy, and take that anywhere that the park expands, particularly that reservation system, but all of these elements, and engage adaptive management in perpetuity. I did want to go on from there, and I'm not going to read all of these, but I did want to make the point that over the last, since we began in late 2016 to study this project, we have engaged in this project in 25 different public meetings, so there has been a great deal, I think, of opportunity to discuss the project. Some of the folks who have come to a number of those meetings, even the ones that were opposed to the project, I've often said we've spent so much time together, it felt like the old cartoon with the coyote and the sheepdog, that you park in the parking lot and you walk in, you ask how your vacation was and how are the kids doing, and you go in, you argue about the project for an hour, you come back out and say, well, we'll see you Thursday. And so I do, and I say that for a reason. I believe and I hope, regardless of what the outcome is today, that we have enough relationship with these folks. We're still going to be landowners in any event out in that neighborhood. We're still conservation easement holders, and we are dedicated to continue to help those folks with messaging, with signage, with being good neighbors, regardless of where this project goes. In some of the areas to touch on of special concern, vegetation management and wildfire has been a big concern, emergency access, agriculture, county and land trust cooperation, traffic, which is not listed there, but we'll talk about, and then finally funding for the project. Beginning with vegetation management and wildfire risk. We have at Hidden Falls Regional Park installed 120 acres of shaded fuel breaks. They look like that upper right photo today. They are not bare land. They are the shaded fuel breaks and the perimeter clearing that we've done at Hidden Falls. You can see the strips of shaded fuel breaks. They're between 200 and 300 feet wide. They are thinning. We take out deadwood. We take out most brush and ladder fuels, but we leave a park-like setting with trees to mature that are still there, so we want people to know that it's not excavation, it's not power line type clearing, it is vegetation thinning is what we refer to when we talk about shaded fuel breaks or perimeter clearing. This is a map that we now have on our website. It's part of the emergency access, I'm trying to think of the whole name of the document that's on there now, Vegetation Management and Emergency Access Plan. Emergency Response Plan is what it's called. Posted on our website. This is in draft form. What we did for illustration at the request of the Planning Commission was take what we'd done at Hidden Falls, apply that to the expansion properties, and say what would kind of a build-out look like if we were to take the perimeter clearing, were to take similar methodology and philosophy of shaded fuel breaks and apply those to the expansion properties. And that's what this looks like. We confused some folks because we put thick lines along property lines, and they said, that looks like you're building big roads. And I think our legend had some notes in there that led people to believe that, and there were several people confused. What we do not mean that we're putting in any roads or excavation. We are thinking about the same when we talk about perimeter clearing, as I said, the same concept of vegetation thinning for fire risk reduction purposes, not total clearing, not roadway clearing. In addition, when what we propose when we would open this up to the public would be to bring similar public recreation ordinance rules to that property, which would include no smoking, no camping. We today close Hidden Falls, the existing Hidden Falls, on red flag days and excessive heat warnings, and that has been a well-received new policy that we enacted in 2020. We closed last year for 13 days in 4 different high heat and extreme fire weather events. And considering that during that heat and wind and everything are the times when people least like to be there anyway, I think it converged in a very good synergy of fire risk reduction, of discouraging people to be there when they are also most likely to get heat-related trouble and dehydration and things like that. This is also a map in the emergency access plan that we have in draft form, and what we wanted to show folks is what is intended. There was a lot of questions, how to get people in and out in emergency events, and so we put this map together. What you can notice on there is that we are not we're not proposing new roads within the project, other than a very few connector roads in there. But what we are saying is that we've taken an inventory of the existing roads within the project, what condition they're in today, and that we would improve those roads within the footprint of the existing dirt access maintenance roads that are there today. So in blue on there, well, those are county-maintained roads. They're off-site, but we wanted to show them. Green would be roads that are there today that would support full-size fire equipment. Orange roads would support smaller ambulance or pickup size or light rescue size equipment. And then the brown are the trails. So we wanted to be upfront about what's there, what's available. We want to be clear to first responders that those are what we have within the park that we expect to be available for vehicle access. We would also put helicopter landing zones within the project. As we have at Hidden Falls today, we have 3 of them. We would put more of them in the expansion project. Also at the parking areas, as we have today, we have fire storage tanks and hydrants and those landing zones. With that, I was going to invite Deputy Chief Jim Hudson up and with CAL FIRE, Placer Fire, and talk about how CAL FIRE, Placer Fire, just for a moment, analyzed this project and the conclusions they came to.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jim Hudson, Deputy Chief with CAL FIRE, Placer County Fire Department. We have Chief Estes, Chief Brian Mackwood, and our County Fire Marshal, Ryan Wesner, with us here today. So under the direction of Chief Estes, a couple years back, I was asked to take point on this project and really work with Andy and his staff and the Parks Division to ensure that the project moved forward effectively, but also really working on to ensure that we have fire code and public resource code was upheld and applied to this project. So I've been working with that. I've been attending the Planning Commission, not quite all 25 of those community meetings, but I was at a lot with them, got to meet a lot of people throughout this. So really what our role in the project, like I said, was to look at it objectively and apply fire code, public resource code, working with our fire marshal here, Ryan Wesner. And really what we focused on is access to the park, access into the park to be able to get vehicles in or firefighting and equipment, emergency response equipment, ingress and egress out of the park. And then really too, Andy talked about it today, is being able to get to an emergency somewhere in the interior, and that's when we really discussed the widths of the trails with them and moving forward. The other mitigations that Andy talked about were the stored water at the Twilight Ride and then the landing zones. Our main emergency that we receive at Hidden Falls currently at the current park is what we've learned is medical emergencies. So we were able to apply what we've learned, ensure the road widths and the trail widths were appropriate to gain good access into the park, have those landing zones for medical or firefighting equipment or firefighting helicopters, and to be able to extract people if needed. We've also put in a few other measures too. We've talked about the kiosk to provide some public education there. And then also on the CAL FIRE side, taking my Placer County Fire Department hat off, we've reviewed and we've had our registered foresters, professional foresters, and our vegetation management program. Though we did not develop the fuels reduction plan or the fuels mitigation plan, they reviewed it and were able to provide support for it with the shaded fuel breaks and felt that they would be effective. And then also, at the end of the day, working with Chief Wesner through Fire Code and myself, that all fire codes have been met moving forward and that would be required for the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. We'll move on from here to grazing, which has been another big topic. Agriculture on this land, because of the size of the property, almost 4,000 acres combined, there's a lot of concern about the economic viability of agriculture going forward. And so I want to talk about the history of Hidden Falls as it stands today. We really have two issues. What does the county do on its property, and what does the land trust do on its property? And I'm going to speak about agriculture and then cooperation with the land trust. I will ask Jeff Darlington from the land trust to speak in just a moment about both of those issues. But concerning the Hidden Falls, what's gone out at Hidden Falls, when we bought the Spears Ranch in 2000, the end of 2003, the family retained a grazing lease for 10 years, so it ran out at the end of 2013. At that time, we were finishing up fuel breaks. We were interested in maintaining those fuel breaks. We brought in goats to maintain those fuel breaks in the area around the parking lot because we wanted that intense eat down that the goats will give you. We do believe that goats will always be a component of edge management out at Hidden Falls, but we are now working on a grazing lease. We do want to bring a grazing contractor back into a long-term lease on the Hidden Falls property with the help of Josh Hunsinger and the county's agricultural or grazing coordinator, Dan Macon. We have taken some template language from what the Department of Fish and Wildlife has used on some similar properties of theirs, and we have customized that to what we think is our situation at Hidden Falls. We've sent that out to the Placer Farm Bureau, to the Tahoe Cattlemen's Association. We've asked for their input on it. We haven't been able to connect and get that input yet, but that really is not per se a part of this project. Grazing at Hidden Falls will move forward regardless of this project. We are committed to getting good advice on the template lease so that when we send it out for a solicitation, we are able to get confidence in the people that are bidding on it. The Planning Commission asked that we, when we go out for solicitation, that to the extent the law allows, that we encourage local grazers, which we intend to do. And I just want to say that we are committed. There is no downside, I don't think, to having cattle grazing back out on the property. It's sound economically. It eats the grass down. It does continue the economic viability of the grazing, because people that bid on it will be able to bid with the knowledge in mind that there will be the public on the property. They'll be able to build that into their bid, whatever additional complications there are, whatever they need to do to make that work. And so we are offering a solicitation that we believe will ensure economic viability of grazing at Hidden Falls. There is quite a bit of discussion about what happens when you introduce trails in the middle of cattle and grazing. And so we have looked at a number of different scenarios, particularly in the East Bay. We took a trip with Josh Hunsinger, with some of the local grazers, with some of the members of Protect Rural Placer. We went down to preserve in the East Bay that does integrate cattle with trails. That's common in the East Bay. We did look at a study that was done on a pretty large scale with you'll see some state, local, and federal agencies on a variety of different size parcels and how they have made it work between trail use and cattle integrated together. And so we do have some pretty high confidence that we can make that work together, although it will require adaptive management, and we're committed to that as well. I do want to bring up at this time, if Josh Hunsinger is here, some of the background that he has given this project and thoughts on the project as well.
Good afternoon, Board, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Josh Hunsinger. I'm the Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. And thank you, Andy, for the opportunity to speak a little bit to grazing. One of the concerns that I believe your board is very aware of is the concerns of the agricultural community related to the impacts on agriculture, both the aspect of taking this land that was once just a cattle ranch and turning it into a park, and that impact on agriculture, as well as the impacts on the surrounding properties that still remain just in purely agricultural production. We have been working with the Parks Department as well as the Placer Land Trust in a lot of communication, as well as with the ag community. I do give regular updates at the Placer County Farm Bureau Board of Directors monthly meeting as well. So a couple of the issues, and Andy really touched on them already, but I think there has been a little bit of uncertainty around the way that the Placer Land Trust operates their properties for grazing versus the county, and some differences there. And I know Jeff's going to talk in a little bit on behalf of the Placer Land Trust, and I'll let him clarify some of those differences as well. The ag community has also highlighted the historical grazing that had occurred out there and continued to occur after the county obtained the property up until 2013. And there has been a little bit of a gap in commercial production where we have been contracting with a goat grazer specifically and paying them to do fuels reduction, but at the same time we didn't have any local producer actually conducting agricultural production on the property. And so, as Andy alluded to, that is something that we're actively pursuing. There is a commercial grazing plan out for the property that Roger Ingram authorized a number of years ago that has been reviewed by our current farm advisor, Dan Macon, and he has let us know that that's still a current and viable plan for how to graze the park effectively and meet kind of the balancing those needs of ag production, recreation, and some of our overall property management goals. And further to one of the items Andy touched on, we did tour the Santa Clara open space property previously, and that was a highly helpful educational tour. It was a property of fairly similar size, fairly similar miles of trails, and we met with both the land manager and the cattle grazer out there and learned a lot about how those recreational activities, mountain biking, hiking, equestrians, can coexist and kind of live in harmony with cattle. And they did talk about all of the benefits that were even beyond their anticipated benefits when they did get the cattle out there, as far as the vegetation management, noxious weed suppression, and then the ability to do things like maintenance, like having fencing improvements out there that the grazer could do very cost effectively, and just having another set of eyes keeping an eye out on the property, and really kind of a security aspect almost that they hadn't initially anticipated. So overall, we felt that was a good model to emulate. As Andy mentioned, we are in a discussion phase with the Tahoe Cattlemen's and the Placer County Farm Bureau to hopefully create a request for proposal to get a commercial grazer out on the property that will further some of the county's goals for management of the property and restore commercial agricultural production out onto the property in a way that works well with the existing recreation. So that's what I wanted to share with you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. You said you had discussions with the Placer County Farm Bureau. Did they take a position on this? Were they in favor of it or opposed to it or neutral?
You know, I believe they have taken a position on the overall park project that's before you today. Is that what you're asking about, Jim? Yeah. So I do believe they are generally opposed to the expansion as proposed.
Okay, thank you.
See no other questions. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next, I wanted to touch on the relationship that we have on these expansion properties with the land trust. In the slide early on that showed the different acquisitions, all of the ones that are owned by the land trust, the basic rights and responsibilities are laid out in the purchase and sale agreements of each of those, so the conservation values, the trail values, each of those basic concepts. But at the request of the Planning Commission, since October, we've kind of accelerated some of the talks that we always knew we would have to have with the land trust about the inner working, the more details of how are we going to work together when we get onto the property. So things like who gets the rights of naming and fencing and gates, how they're laid out, signage, what uses the land trust wants to reserve on the property, even if there is the public out there grazing and how the county would cooperate, like limiting dogs and things like that. So we have put together a draft material terms agreement with the land trust, and I think it's been very productive and had some good opportunity to just talk through some of these details that we would anticipate before the fact of opening the park. So with that, Jeff Darlington is on Zoom, and I do want to turn it over to Jeff to talk about some comments both about grazing and about the working relationship between the county and the land trust going forward.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Thanks, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Andy, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors and everyone participating tonight. I'm Jeff Darlington. I'm the Executive Director at Placer Land Trust. And so I don't bury the lead. Placer Land Trust strongly supports the county's reduced project. The reduced project balances the public's demand for recreation with the concerns of project opponents. We have a long history at Placer Land Trust of managing properties for multiple uses and multiple public benefits. In working with county staff to date on this reduced project, we've been able to put a framework in place, as Andy mentioned, to work together to provide public recreation, make joint management decisions, and protect the existing natural and agricultural uses and objectives on our preserves. Placer Land Trust will continue grazing on these lands as we have for more than 15 years. I've heard many times people put forth the falsehood that Placer Land Trust is going to take these lands out of ag, but that simply is not true. I think our track record of agricultural conservation speaks for itself, and our track record of grazing these properties speaks for itself. However, if you have questions, I'm available tonight to answer. In addition to the agricultural and natural benefits, public recreation on these lands has been the intent of Placer Land Trust, our willing landowner partners, Placer County, and all the project funders since 2006. This will be a wonderful resource for current and future generations. And I think a lot of people are really undervaluing or underestimating the size of the protected landscapes we're offering to the public here. This is adding over 2,500 acres with up to 30 miles of new trails. It's a really vast landscape. And by way of contrast, Placer Land Trust has been providing public access and recreation on the 50-acre Canyon View Preserve in North Auburn 24/7 for 8 years now. This preserve, 50-acre preserve, is served by a 33-vehicle parking lot. There's no reservation system at Canyon View Preserve. You just pull off I-80 and you hop on the trail. In the 8 years of unrestricted public use out there, we've had no fires and no crime, other than some occasional littering, which we clean up regularly. And we keep seeing wildlife out there despite public access. We see deer, bear, fox, lots of really neat bird life like the hairy woodpecker and the pygmy owl, tons of tweety birds like goldfinches. And again, keep in mind the Canyon View Preserve is only 50 acres. So if every one of the 33 parking spaces at Canyon View Preserve is full with 2 people, and they're using the preserve, then each person on the trail system has less than an acre to themselves. Now, by contrast, just to give you an idea of the size and density we're talking about with this expansion project, if you approve the project, when every single newly built parking space is full with 2 people recreating at the park or in the expansion area, then each person will have over 7 acres to themselves. That's a lot of space to enjoy nature, and that's really what we want to be able to provide the public. So thank you again, supervisors, and thanks to the county staff and commissioners and to all the citizens who've commented on this project over the past few years. We have a really great opportunity here and a wonderful project. Placer Land Trust encourages the board to approve it tonight. I'll be on the line through the end of the meeting if the board has any questions for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Seeing no questions?
No question.
Move on. Finally, as I wrap up my portion, the next area that's had a lot of consideration and a lot of discussion is traffic and parking. And for that, I'd like to invite up Stephanie Holloway with our Public Works Transportation Planning Division to discuss traffic and parking.
Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway. Honored to be here before you as part of this project team. It's been a long road, and we're happy to be here before you. So I'm going to focus on sort of 3 areas related to transportation. We'll talk a little bit about level of service. We'll talk a little bit about vehicle miles traveled, and then I'll wrap it up with a discussion on safety. But really, I think before I get into that, I wanted to just stop and acknowledge the fact that the Hidden Falls Park will increase traffic on the local roadways. I think that's probably a given. But the good news really is that our roadways have the capacity. Our roadways were designed to carry many thousands of vehicles per day. And although this project could potentially increase that, those total levels will continue to be relatively low. So I want to give you kind of an example or a couple examples of how low or what, give you some relativity on the numbers here. So on the slide here, you can see some of our daily numbers of traffic on the local roadways. And I'll just focus in on Bell Road. So Bell Road currently carries 1,400 vehicles per day. That's roughly 140 vehicles in the peak hour. And again, the peak hour is typically between the hours of 4 and 6 when we're having a lot of commute traffic. So to break that down further, that equates to 1 vehicle every 26 seconds. The park will add about 21 vehicles to that peak hour number, bringing it to roughly 161. And again, to break that down, we change our frequency from 1 vehicle every 26 seconds to 1 vehicle every 22 seconds. So again, an increase, but we felt like that was relatively minor. I'll give you another example. On Kramer Road, Kramer Road carries roughly a third of the volume that Bell Road currently carries. So we're at about 550 vehicles per day. That's 55 vehicles, about 10% happens in that peak hour. So if we do the math, that's about a vehicle every 66 seconds on Kramer Road. The project would add about 13 vehicles to that hour, and then that changes our frequency from about 1 vehicle every 66 seconds to a vehicle every 53 seconds. So again, an increase, but think about a second, or think about how long a minute is, right? So just to give you some relativity. To talk a little bit about the transportation analysis, I'll say that this project kind of got caught in our transition from LOS to VMT. So the Hidden Falls Regional Park from 2010 did include a level of service analysis. As we were working through this project, the state adopted new guidelines on CEQA related to VMT, and we were in kind of this transition process. So just to talk a little bit about that VMT metric. So VMT is currently the California Environmental Quality Act's metric for measuring impact of a project on the environment. So since this project is really in a rural area, most people will drive to the park, and we recognize that. That additional traffic would increase the VMT. So at the time the EIR was written, the county did not have adopted thresholds or standards on VMT, which we do today. And we relied back on consistency with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and the Sustainable Community Strategies that comes out of SACOG. So the MTP SCS was really our benchmark of how much VMT was appropriate, and then how much increase could potentially be a significant impact. And so because the project does generate new VMT, there was a finding of significant and unavoidable. So I will say that the parking reservation system that both Lisa and Andy touched upon earlier is a VMT reduction measure. It doesn't get us all the way, but it is potentially a VMT reduction. Without it, there would obviously be more. So just to talk about level of service now, so transitioning away from CEQA and into our general plan and community plan consistency area. Again, this isn't an area that we identify under CEQA, but I did want to touch on 2 intersections that have been a topic and a kind of a focus for the community in this area. So starting with Highway 49 and Lone Star, so this intersection currently operates at unacceptable levels of service today, and if we add the park traffic on top of that. And so therefore, there was a finding in the EIR as informational purposes only of a level of service deficiency there with the project. So again, not operating well today, not operating well with the park. Just south of there, 49 at Kramer, that intersection currently operates at acceptable level of service. today. So then if we add the project traffic or the park traffic on top of that, it does transition from acceptable to unacceptable. And again, there is a finding made of level of service deficiency in the report. I do want to mention that the Caltrans is also working on a safety project on Highway 49 currently. It's called the Caltrans 49 Safety Barrier Project. The Hidden Falls project did not assume that that project was in place when we did the analysis. So therefore, the finding of significant and unavoidable. I will say with that project in place, and again, this project would sort of upgrade those two intersections that I talked about previously, Highway 49 at Lone Star, but then also creating a concrete safety barrier along the median area of Highway 49. Once that project is in place, the level of service is restored back to acceptable levels. We can't guarantee that Caltrans will move forward with that project, but I just wanted to bring that forward to you for information. And then lastly, just to talk a little bit about safety, roadway safety. So our standard practice when we evaluate safety on our local roadways is really to identify the historical crash numbers that we've had on our system. And then we take that number and we evaluate it against similar rates, similar numbers throughout the state on similar roadways. So we would compare a roadway in Placer, such as Bell Road, 2-lane rural windy, to a roadway in El Dorado County, 2-lane rural windy, and throughout the state. And we use that as sort of our benchmark for identifying how many crashes is significant, right? So I will say that, we've had a number of crashes over the 6-year period that we analyzed in the report. But again, that number, that rate didn't rise to a level of substantial concern when we compare it, again, when we have relativity through similar roadways throughout the state. So there was a finding of less than significant in the report under safety. Again, crashes have occurred. You may hear about some of those tonight, but again, as far as a relative number throughout the state, less than significant. So I'm going to stop there and see if you have any questions.
Cindy.
Thanks, Stephanie, and I apologize that I might get into too much weeds here, but as you know, we've been talking a lot about VMT and recreation travel as it pertains to eastern Placer County. And one of the challenges I have is, if not for local serving recreation, people would just travel further, and we don't make that assumption. And so, just trying to understand how VMT is going to be looked at the statewide level as more and more people live near our facilities. If not for this one, we don't look at where else they might travel to get to a trail, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So we analyze VMT for this project, but not for what they might have to substitute if this project weren't constructed.
Yeah, and you hit a really good point, because the Office of Planning and Research gives out guidelines on how to analyze VMT for certain projects, and those projects are predominantly focused on sort of urbanizing growth, right? Residential, commercial, office, that kind of thing, and those are some of the basis of the thresholds that you all have adopted for Placer. They don't make any recommendation on recreation, and as you know, Supervisor Gustafson, that is a key element of Eastern Placer, and we're wrangling with that right now. So
right.
This project is a very similar, unique case. The one thing I will say is, we do still have the opportunity to adopt a threshold on an ad hoc basis, and recreation, I think, until there's some other future guidance from the state, each jurisdiction is going to have to do that on a project-by-project basis. So although we rely back on the MTP in the EIR, I think if this project were to come forward, subsequent to this meeting, we'd have to look at it on a unique basis. And maybe it would be a decrease in VMT per visitor from what we see today. So take our current park. We have data on that. We know how much people travel by visitor to get to this park, and we would want to decrease that
right.
potentially. So So a lot of questions there. Hope I answered your question.
No, you did. I think when we look at new development and construction of new housing, and I mean, we understand that, but when we get into recreation behaviors, that is just much more challenging because we don't know what other choices those same visitors might have made. So it's just interesting to me as we're looking at and having long discussions about VMT and how it pertains. I just wanted to be clear I understood how you looked at it this way. Thank you.
Welcome.
Jim?
Thank you, Stephanie, for being here. You mentioned the concrete barrier on 49. Is this barrier, is this the kind you see on, like you see on Interstate 80 going east? Which separates the place?
Absolutely. It'd be very similar to an I-80 facility, maybe not as stout because we don't have the volumes or the speed.
So what is the timeline for Caltrans? I know that's kind of hard to pin down, but.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I had a conversation today with Caltrans staff. They are working forward, and they are getting ready to do kind of an informational session, hopefully sometime in April. And I think their target for funding is 2022 for construction. So they are working through the design and environmental phase of that project at this point, getting ready for to be able to bring that forward to the public.
Do you know where that starts and where it ends? Is it from Bell Road to Combie, or do you have any idea?
I believe the two intersections that are specifically targeted for either a signal or a roundabout are Lone Star and the Florence-Lawrenson intersection, just south of Kramer.
Yeah.
And then the median would extend sort of between those two intersections.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right.
See no other questions. Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Do you have a question, Suzanne?
Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne. I apologize.
That's okay. Yes, I'm curious. In all of your traffic studies, do you have any idea how many cars they turn away at the Mears Place?
I'm going to leave that to Andy for
Okay.
project specific. Yeah.
Okay.
So as I mentioned in the beginning, when we introduced the program, we were still turning away. It could be anywhere from 0 to 500 cars, and it was a lot back in 14, 15. It has steadily decreased to where it's generally on weekends today. Lisa may actually need to help me out a little bit more. I believe somewhere in the 40 range. So there still are people that are confused, but not enough people to back out into the neighborhood, into the adjacent neighborhood is the basic answer today.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with Department of Public Works, which includes parks. And so we want to take now just a couple minutes to talk about costs, and then we'll close out the presentation and go to your questions. So we break the costs down into two parts, the estimated capital costs as well as the ongoing operations and maintenance costs. There is a funding plan that's located in your package. This is a copy of what's in there. Pretty small writing, but I'm going to try to provide some brief numbers on it in a brief summary. So on the capital cost side, we are estimating that all of project elements together will cost $12.2 million. We are expecting that we can draw outside funding towards that, but it will still require a commitment of local dollars of approximately $2.9 million. So the question is, are we willing to make that investment of $2.9 million to turn that into about $12.2 million in improvements for our citizens? All of those costs are based on the reduced project, so definitely that is all we're looking at. They're based on the costs that we've done for the current Hidden Falls. So we have already done trail work. We've already done an entryway, a parking lot, bridges, all those kinds of things. So our costs are based on what the costs were, just scaled up with the current costs, the inflation that's occurred since we built Hidden Falls. We've broken the project into 5+ phases that you can see up there. Those 5 phases, and I think that's important to note, we see this as a generational project. This is not going to happen in a few years. This is going to take at least a decade. We'll be happy if we can do a phase every 2 to 3 years. It will take time to develop the funding, the design, the permitting, to make each individual phase go. So this is occurring over a longer period of time. We do expect that the first phase will be likely the Twilight Ride area, which we do have an offer of an award for some grant money for that site. That's anticipated to be about $4.3 million to do that first phase. Subsequent phases. The second phase likely will be the connection, where we can connect existing Hidden Falls with the new expansion areas. Includes a couple of bridges in there. That's likely the second phase. The third phase is going to be, the extension of the trails up into the Harvigo Preserve area, taking the trail network kind of from Twilight Ride going north all the way to the Bear River, completing that trail network. And then the fourth, fifth phases are going to be about Garden Bar Road on the west side, doing various improvements, including a new parking area off of Garden Bar. So that brings us then to the operating costs. We are estimating that the cost to operate every year, $560,000 for the expanded area. We do anticipate that just like we do now, we'll get some revenues associated with our reservation system. We're assuming that's about $117,000. So in general, we're expecting that we'll need to supply $440,000 per year to own and operate that facility. The vast majority of that money is really ranger patrols, $300,000 a year, approximately. That's to enhance the visitor experience, also to make sure everybody's doing the things they should be doing. Fuel load reduction is also a large part of that, about $70,000 a year, both on our properties that we control, or I should say that areas we control, as well as our partnership with the Land Trust on areas that they control, making a contribution towards that. And then the rest is maintenance of the trail network. Important to note, every time one of these phases moves forward, we're going to have to return to your board and ask for approval for that funding plan, for that, whatever that plan is for that. So it will come forward to you again for consideration and approval at that time. Right now, this is meant to be a generalized, long-term kind of funding plan, but you will have the opportunity to weigh in and approve when we move forward with individual pieces. A little bit of perspective, because $440,000, that's a lot of money? Absolutely is. But put it in a little bit of perspective, your board has a general fund budget of about $363 million. All of the parks that you support here with your general fund dollars, $3.35 million, that includes all the operations, includes all the capital, includes the fuel load reduction, includes all the supplemental requests that your board has made in the past year. That's about 0.92%, so less than 1% of your general fund budget. I live in Rockland. I was looking at Rockland. Rockland spends about a little over 8% of their general fund budget on their park system. Cities are different. I don't want to compare exactly apples to apples, but I think your board has made some very prudent investments and leveraged those investments to provide these types of facilities throughout the county. Because the dollars I gave you are not for Hidden Falls. That's for the entire park system that is generally funded by your discretionary dollars. So that is the funding. That's what we're expecting there. Today, we're asking your board to consider certifying the final subsequent EIR, all the findings, the mitigation and monitoring plan, the statements of overriding considerations. As well as that, we're asking you to approve the conditional use permit for the project. And again, the project is the reduced project. That is all we're looking for your board to consider. This comes after a unanimous recommendation from the Parks Commission to approve the project. It also comes after a 5-1 vote by the Planning Commission to support the project. Planning Commission also did, just to make sure, they also asked that part of their motion was to ensure that we gave preference and encourage local grazers on our property. And we intend to do that. We think that's a very reasonable expectation, or at least to the amount the law allows. We're recommending the reduced project based on all the information that we've collected, all the environmental review we've done, all the public testimony that's gone on, the cost estimating, all the relevant information. And again, I think important to note, this reduced project, which is really about reducing access, reducing parking. We're taking the parking from 365 spaces down to 147. 60% reduction in the parking area available. On Twilight Ride, there's been a lot of discussion about Twilight Ride. And so on that site, we originally had proposed 140 parking spaces. We're now proposing 74, almost half of what we originally had attempted. So that was our attempt. really to find common ground and trying to find a balance between those who would like more access to those who would want less access. We believe it's a substantial and really a sincere compromise to try to balance all of those desires and needs. Again, projects proposed over the next decade. Nothing's going to be happening here soon, although we hope the first phase, within 2 to 3 years, that we can develop the first phase of the project. We believe Hidden Falls, we think we've proven there is a demand for these kinds of facilities. Just the amount of people who want to come here and appreciate what we have here, it's more than we can provide today. I've said this at Planning Commission, I kind of say it today, we believe if people will experience these areas, they're going to appreciate them. And when they appreciate them, they're willing to support them, not just protecting these areas, but protecting other areas like these throughout the county. And so we're asking for your board's consideration of approving the project and certifying the subsequent EIR, and that will close the, what should we say, whatever we're calling this here, our presentation, and we'll turn it over for your board for questions or turning it over for public testimony.
Thanks, Ken. So I'll open it up to questions from all of my colleagues for any of the team members. So with that, we'll start with Bonnie.
I'll just start with the finances. So before you sit down, Ken, I just want to follow up on that one. There was a question about the county running a deficit on Hidden Falls. But could you clarify that? Because really we're taking general fund dollars and we're providing for park operations, correct?
Correct. So there is no deficit. Your board chooses to make investments in parks, and a general fund has always been a part of that. Traditionally, it is the flexible dollars that you use for parks throughout the county. So there is no deficit, but there is a cost to operate the facility. And the current facility is approximately the same cost to do it today. And your board has made that through that 0.92% of your general fund to support the existing park, but also all the other parks and facilities that we operate.
And that $500,000 annually is something that it wouldn't be right away, right? It's as the project, if approved, it would grow over time, right?
Excellent point.
They're not $500,000 now. It would be in the future.
We are not looking for any money today, and obviously no maintenance money. There's no facility there. That is that build out at the end of that 10-year period. It will come in pieces as phases get developed, but that $400,000 represents about 13% of what you give to us in general fund. If you were to assume that over 10 years, that's about a 1.1, 1.2 growth rate you would need in the county to be able to fund that in terms of your assessed valuation of property tax alone would cover that amount.
Thank you. That's it for the finance questions, and I'll let others ask other questions right now.
Jim.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ken, for bringing this forward. You mentioned something that Rocklands has quite a bit of their general fund that goes into their parks, but they also have passed a parcel tax that supplements that. So I just want to clear that up. I understand there's a $3.5 million grant from Prop 68. Is that part of our $4.3 million that we're talking about? Is
correct. That offer of a grant award is for the Twilight Ride property, for the smaller parking lot that we have proposed here today.
Is there a timeline on that? Do we need to spend that by X date, or is
well, the expenditure, I think, is like 2024 where it has to be expended, but we still have to accept it. We've told them we cannot accept it until your board considers whether we are moving forward with a project or not. If so, they are eager to award that project, but they have been patient with us, understanding there's a public process we need to go through, and they are respectful of that process.
So if this project isn't approved, is that $3.5 million, can it be transferred to another project in Placer County, or does it have to go back to
I do not believe it is a competitive statewide process. We will always ask, but I feel pretty confident saying they will not allow us to move it to another. It would go back into the pot probably for the next highest rated project that occurred in the state, which I'm not sure what that is.
Do you know how many grants we have received from Placer County from Prop 68? Does anybody
Ooh,
that's been?
Andy, do you know? So this is the second,
Oh, okay.
or one of two anyway. But there are traditionally other propositions. There have been other park bonds that the state has passed, and we've had some luck from the first initial construction of the park of also getting grant funds. Not Prop 68,
Yeah.
but other funds.
Okay, good, thank you.
Suzanne, then Cindy.
Yeah, hi, Ken. Thanks for coming. I'm looking at the top half, and the total cost at 12 million, just a little over 12 million, and grants and other funding we've gotten at 8.1 million. And then it says general fund contribution, 2.9, so almost $3 million from the general fund. So is that for building out?
That is correct. That is for the capital cost of all the different phases put together over time.
Okay. Any chance we can get any grants to?
So
It says it's got to come from the general fund.
Well, and I'll say typically it'd be discretionary funds. Typically when we go for grant funds, most require that you put forward a match. And so we are assuming we can get about, of that 12 million, 8 million from grants. Normally they want to see you also, quite frankly, put some skin in the game.
Yeah.
And so we believe that the 2.9 is reasonable. We'll always work on having it be the least it can be and finding alternative sources to the general fund. We put general fund because that's traditionally your discretionary fund source that you can use for this. But there can be other fund sources. In Tahoe, we've used TOT, or transit occupancy tax revenues. There are other options available, but it will likely require some form of local dollars to match the grant dollars.
Right, right. Okay, so then if you go down to the second half, you were talking about the cost for the new improvements at $440,500.
For operations and maintenance of the new expansion area, the net, the total to do it is about 550 off to the left, the bottom number.
Okay.
We expect to get some revenue from the reservation system, and so the net left over that will need to be funded will be about 440,000.
Okay, and then the figure below that indicates the cost to the existing Hidden Falls and the expansion, right? So about 800,500.
Basically adds up what we're spending now on the current Hidden Falls and adding in the expansion area for a total.
Okay, and how much of the park funding that you said we have about 3.35 million in the park budget?
All right, so today your board puts about $3.3 million in general fund to support parks operations. So not just for Hidden Falls.
Right.
That's the entire park system across the county.
So I'm just kind of wondering how much of the 3.35 do we have? Do we have excess left over?
In general, we don't have excess. The way our budgets work, if we don't have money left over at the end, we give it back to your board for other discretionary expenses. Now, it is important to note in that 3.3, the current 400 or 360,000 for the current park is included in there.
Okay.
So the new is the 440.
Okay.
So over 10 to 12 years, we anticipate we will need an additional 440,000 in today's dollars. And that's where if you assume about a 1.2% increase in growth of property, of not COLA adjustments associated, but of new people, new development occurring in this town or in this county,
right,
that's enough to cover that for over 10 years. You will have enough to cover that $440,000.
Okay. And I know a concern for everybody in Placer County is probably, I know everyone throughout California is expressing interest in our parks, but all those people that have come up from the Bay Area and every place else are not taxpayers in Placer County, and therefore, it's just maybe not that much, but it's still an additional burden on our taxpayers. And even though we have 400,000 people in Placer County, we have about 173-ish thousand property taxable parcels of property. So you figure, and if many people own 2 or more parcels, there's less than half of our population are paying property taxes to support this for everyone throughout California. I just want it to be known we're all supporting something for everybody, right? But that's how parks work.
Correct. But we do believe we can keep it within that 1%. So we feel very comfortable
right.
saying that.
Cindy.
I had a couple of financial questions too, Ken, and then some others that maybe we'll get to in a minute. So first off, on the general fund contribution, does that include park dedication fees?
That does not. If you look at the column, there is a separate column for
park
an
dedication
anticipated
fees.
park dedication fee.
So then the general fund is supplemental to that. And then on the assumptions on revenue, you did the assumptions based on the reduced project. Obviously, if we had more parking, we might have more capital costs, but we might also have more revenue. So you did it on the reduced project.
Correct, and based it on what we are getting in revenue on Hidden Falls today. So we didn't assume, we assume we're going to kind of at the same kind of rate.
Okay, great. Those are my only financial questions.
Any other questions on anything, Cindy?
You want me to continue?
Sure.
Okay. And this might go to Andy or Lisa, on the closures that we had for wildfire, how many, do you have an estimate of the adherence to the public? How many trips, how many people we had to turn away that didn't get the message? How is that, how effective are we at getting the message out that the park is actually closed? I got all our text alerts, but I don't know how the public that was reserving spaces, and did they take it seriously? And
this is just from talking to our rangers. We didn't do tallies, but from talking to our rangers, because we do post the rangers there even though the park's closed. Somewhere between 10 and 20 a day seemed to be the number of folks that still came out and didn't know when they got there it was closed.
And you were able to successfully divert them away from the park and accessing the park. Did we have any issues with people kind of?
We did it. You know, it was interesting. The first time we did it, because it was so new, we told people, it's a soft closure. We'll let you, if you really want, you can go in today, but then that's it. Every one of them went in for 10 minutes and said, wow, this is really hot. We don't want to be here. And they came back out. So, those are the days that it works well, because they're the ones that people really, if they know what to expect, are the ones they don't want to be there for anyway.
Does staff have any other suggestions on this issue of how you can better get the word out to folks on that?
Sure. So we continue. So we have and I want to hats off to our PIO department, because they blanket all of the different websites they can find and the social media sites they can find, not just ours, because we don't solicit anybody to come to Hidden Falls, but people pick it up on dozens of websites. And we reach out to them and say, will you carry this message? And most of them are compliant. They want their own users to know. They don't want to be confusing. So that's been successful. We have our own reservation system that can blast emails out to everybody who's had anybody that's in our user base who's ever had a reservation there before. We also are getting a couple of changeable message boards that will be able to get people at least aware further out from the park before they get close. And then our website presence, I think, has some work to be done as well. We've also talked to folks in the neighborhoods around Bell Road about getting together and getting some common messaging, some better messaging about anybody who's kind of illicitly sneaking in there now, with some signage, with some better messaging on our website. We also do videos that we put out and blast through social media. So those are some of the things that we're working on and continue to work on and refine.
And along with the messages on the shutdowns, I asked you before, and I just want to reiterate at least this question for the public. Concern continues on stewardship, trash, people being prepared. A lot of the calls we've gone on have been dehydration and people not having adequate water, not knowing what to expect when they get to the property. So what can we do to further that messaging to help reduce those kinds of calls?
So in the reservation system, I think there's some room to bring that closer to the forefront, maybe in terms of, bolder, I have to sign a thing that says I acknowledge this. I think there is some clarity to be done there. We do get out, like I say, for the first thing you see on our website, especially as the hot season comes in, is a video about being prepared, know before you go. We're also looking at the signage as you get into the park. Know before you go, and we've been on that campaign for quite a while and continue to refine it, which I think with some success. And then I think the closures during the high heat times have helped that considerably.
Right. Okay. And then finally, what kind of do we have counts on persons per vehicle? Remind me, because I was trying to go back through this while I was sitting up here, and that's hard to do. So
right. So we've counted weekdays. We've had our rangers do some tallies for different days at a time, we come up to an average of 2.5 people per vehicle that visit Hidden Falls.
Okay. I think that was all my questions. Chair.
Thanks, Cindy. Suzanne?
I'd like to go back to the grazing thing because I'm just curious. You're working out an arrangement so that the local ranchers can graze their cattle on this land. Is that right?
The expectation would be one grazer, but they could bid on it, yes. There'll be one successful bidder, but yes, there would be a long-term lease with a grazer. And that's just Hidden Falls. The land trust has their own grazing leases, and they'll maintain those.
Okay, because I was curious. So in that sense, that rancher will pay a fee to graze?
Presumably, they will pay a fee. At least we would expect, hopefully, to get it for free. Now, that's part of that bid process. We don't expect the kind of revenue that you would get on just a vacant piece of property of that size, because people do understand when they bid that they are going to have to deal with the public. We're going to have to work with them to get some of the watering sources and additional fencing, and so we don't expect to get quite the revenue that it would get if it stayed vacant.
Right.
But we want to keep that economically viable and attractive to a grazer long term.
Right. So I was just thinking, but you pay to bring goats in to do a similar, of course,
We do.
They eat the vegetation a lot faster than cows.
They do a different job. I think we could reduce the amount of goat grazing that we have out there, but I don't think we could eliminate it and keep the integrity of the shaded field.
Right. I don't think you should, but I think it's a little bit, would it be more of a good faith to reach out and not charge the ranchers to graze their cattle? I don't know.
Well, I do think we have to go through a solicitation just by the public
Right,
contract code.
right.
So
I agree with that.
Hopefully we'll get a good, honest, bid.
You need to know whose cattle are out there, and I think you should service the locals, not let other people bring their cattle from outside the area type of a thing. So, I agree with that.
That's right, yeah. That's right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions at this point? Sure.
This is going to go to fire.
All right.
I wanted to talk a little bit about evacuations. We've had a lot of public concern about evacuations and wildfire, and it isn't just related to this project. It's throughout our county and certainly our foothills and High Sierra communities, but wanted to speak specifically to evacuation from the expanded project that we're talking about today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very common question throughout this process. Obviously, it's of quite a concern in this day and age post the last few fire seasons we've had with catastrophic fires. With evacuations, we have the emergency evacuation or the egress plan set up that Parks put together that we reviewed with them. Really, for a choreographed evacuation, it's hard to plan it out exactly, where we're going to go based on fuel, wind, topography, which way the fire is burning. So the best way to combat that we found within this county is really working closely with the Placer County Sheriff, where we will designate an area based on the fire's path and how severe it might be, and work with the sheriff who has the jurisdictional authority to actually conduct the evacuation. So really, I don't have a solid answer on what are we going to do with the park. We have our evacuation plans and access out of the parking areas, and but really it'll be working in conjunction with the sheriff and under unified command. As we've been doing joint training on that, and that services really the whole county. And it's been like I said, it's been a common question. If the fire is burning a certain direction, we might want people to go down Kramer, or if it's burning out of the southwest, we might want them to go down Lone Star based on the time. So it's a lot of it's an on-the-fly, situational-based decision at that exact time frame. I know that's kind of a vague answer, but through coordination with the park rangers, something that Andy and I have talked about is really having training and communication between our staff and their staff. So if there is a fire, to really start pushing people out there. The parking areas are large enough to where we can, probably call them what we actually call them a temporary refuge area, or a TRA. So those plans will be put into effect also. But there's no cookie cutter answer on exactly the exact evacuation route based on the conditions.
Right. Well, I wanted to make sure fire is comfortable with 100 and potentially 105 additional vehicles in the area and having to evacuate those folks
and really,
out of the area, in addition to all the public, because I think a lot of the issues we've had and we've seen in the other catastrophic wildfires where there's been horrible situations. The fires have happened at night, and people have been confused as to where to go or not able to be awoken and those sorts of things. Obviously, park users are coming at a different time of day, but if you're in the midst of a wildland fire, obviously trying to make sure that people feel comfortable wherever they are in our county, that our sheriff and our fire are working together to make sure they're safe in evacuation.
Yeah, like I said, as far as the being able to maximize the road system, that is, what we deferred to that with Stephanie's presentation. And, we feel that we could get, 150 people or 300 based on 2.5 a car or whatever it comes out to, 250. We can get them notified and moving, and it might be a temporary refuge area, it might be a shelter in place, and then working with the sheriff's office, making sure that it's a choreographed event where people are pushed the correct direction at the right time.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Chief Hudson,
Yeah, before you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Gustafson brings up a good point. My concern is that the current Hidden Falls, there's one way in and one way out. I was out there Friday. The parking lot was full. I didn't see a ranger in place. He might have been there. But if there, and I know staff has been very careful about wind events and heat events. They try not to have this park open. But I'm concerned that if there was a fire and we had the parking lot full, everybody trying to evacuate, and fire trucks trying to get in, that's going to be quite of a problem. So have you any thoughts about that, or this part of your plan for?
Working, Chief Western and I looked at the road system. He has the code on that. They do support the widths that required. And really, we're talking about the interior of the park. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not the pre-existing roads were out there. We have had fires out there, and that has been an issue. But it really comes to working with law enforcement, and really, if people start to evacuate right away, it can pose a challenge for us, is the honest answer. But working through law enforcement or our officials being able to get traffic flowing the right direction. Mears obviously causes a little bit more of that concern, being one way out, where with the Twilight Ride is the first plan, and potentially Garden Bar and the Harvago area moving forward, multiple ways of ingress and egress, and that's something that we can set up.
So response would be from Station 182 and Station 180.
Yep, for a medical aid, it's always going to be typically Station 180, 182 for the current park, and Station 70 out of Lincoln, and they'll converge on the area. With the proposed expansions, 180 will be the closest for medical aids, and then we actually reach across the border into Nevada County for our CAL FIRE station out of Higgins Corner, Station 21. They are second due to some of that area. So for a medical emergency, with Placer County Fire Department, the primary response is out of Station 180. And then for a wildland fire during the summer, you might be getting engines from all over multiple counties, up to 6 engines for one fire converging from all directions, along with aircraft, bulldozers, and hand crews.
I know we'll have plenty of response vehicles. My concern is people trying to get out of the park, especially if there's a fast-moving fire and fire engines trying to get into the park.
Yeah, and initially with the fire, life safety becomes our first priority, and we will work on our first priority to make sure that people are moved out of the area as we engage in the firefight. That's always the number one priority. And it can pose challenges, but with the road systems and the access into the park, it meets the fire code for being able to have ingress and egress.
Okay, thank you.
Bonnie, then Suzanne.
Chief, so just to follow up on wildfire, concerns about fire, you certainly heard that from our residents. There are shaded fuel breaks that are currently in Hidden Falls, and then there's plans for expansion of the shaded fuel breaks, right? My understanding is we currently have not had significant fires in the Hidden Falls area. I think that's what the chief told me earlier, correct?
The current park,
Current park.
we do not have one recorded fire in there.
So, I'm curious because I know everyone's afraid of wildfire based on what's happened in Paradise and other places. But with those shaded fuel breaks that we have and that are proposed, how does that affect wildfire spreading? Can you just share a little bit of input on that?
Exactly. A shaded fuel break is very well described by Andy. It's clearing some of the understory, thinning the trees really, and it's designed to slow the spread of the fire so we can really get on top of it, slow it down a little bit, and give us a better chance to give us that line in the sand to stop fire progression. Okay. So it's not intended to stop it, but slow the spread and allow us to do our job effectively.
And can you talk a little bit about how fires are typically started, right? I mean, that's a concern. There's concern about people going in there and illegal camping. My understanding, camping is not allowed, right? It won't be allowed.
I was told
Looking
no.
at staff, she's shaking her head. But how do a lot of these fires happen? What's typically, we're not in a place where there are lightning strikes. What typically is the cause of a lot of these fires in areas?
The vast majority of all fires in California are human caused, over 90%. And that's really been the balancing act when talking with the public and working with Andy on his staff is Hidden Falls, Auburn State Rec area, any rural setting where we're going to introduce people into the wildland fire, the potential increases for ignitions or a fire to start. Now, when we say over 90% or 95% of fires or all fires are human caused, not necessarily arson, not necessarily intentionally set fires. That's machinery, mechanical, accidental as well. So yes, if we as a county and anywhere within the state or the region introduce people into the environment, the potential goes up for a start, having a fire started. But the flip side to that is with the proposed fuel management that they're putting in place, possible potential for human-caused fires, but the fire would potentially be less catastrophic, less damaging due to fuel modifications. So it's a double-edged sword.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, one of my other committee assignments as it relates to the Sierra, that type of forest, I've been told by a forester that treated forest is 90% less likely to crown or burn out of control than one that's not. Does that apply to the same standard in the foothills?
That really applied. We applied that when we were looking at the fire hazard severity zoning. So with this, it's part of this project being moderate, high, very high, right? So when you're looking at the fire hazard severity zone, it's fuel weather topography and then the ability for a sustained crown run or for the fire to spot and throw embers. So that's really what we're looking at there. So with fuels modification, it does reduce the chance of a sustained crown fire. That's one of the number one goals, especially with the shaded fuel break, is the canopy gets thinner when it hits those areas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Suzanne.
Yes, hi. So I'm wondering, you said there have been no fires in the current Hidden Falls. How about in the areas where we're having the addition to the Hidden Falls Park?
No significant fires, which we would call over 20 acres in quite a few years. The last fire was in that general areas of significance, I will say. It was less than 20. I believe it was 14 acres, and that was in 2016 off the Big Hill Road area, which was probably a mechanical failure of a vehicle that started a roadside fire.
Okay. So how are you notified about a fire that starts?
911, obviously, and that's the other part of introducing people in the wildland. You also have potential for, being able to determine the fire and get notification and people being able to call 911. We utilize lookouts during the fire season, and then we've had a huge expansion working with University of Nevada, and we have over 35 wildland fire detection cameras within serving the area, this CAL FIRE unit now.
Okay, so between your cameras and your fire watch, you can overview the Hidden Falls Park, including the expansion areas?
Yeah, during declared fire season, our lookouts are up, and they're continually scanning. The nearest one to there really looks in there is Wolf Mountain out of Nevada County, and then Mount Howell looks in there. Banner's a little higher, and they're able to triangulate. And then we've got a fire camera that we put in 2 years ago off Garden Bar Road on the south that looks back up towards the park.
And are you aware that there's no cell coverage when you're down in the lower parts of the...
I've heard that. I haven't tested my cell phone in all those areas just because, difficult to get into some of them. But we did, using one of our firefighters that specializes in radios, did some studies, looked at our repeater system, and we feel that the repeater system will be effective in there for utilizing our radios, which is our primary form of communication on emergency. But I have heard that cell service is not great in some of those areas.
My concern is that since 911 is one of your big ones to notify you, especially when a fire is still small, if people that are in there hiking and stuff, if they don't have access to 911, you're not going to find out until your fire observers are observing it.
Potentially, or our lookouts see it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, we're going to open up.
You know what?
But we,
Not as the chief, not as the chief. So thank you. Just gonna make sure. Actually, no, because we answered the illegal camping question, and no, I'm good for now. Sorry about that.
no problem. And Suzanne, your light is still on. Are you?
Actually, yeah, I'm wondering, do we ask all our questions now?
No, we can ask anytime we want, but I thought this would be a good time for the board to, before I open it up to the public.
Right, okay. I do have a couple of things that I had thought about, that I had questions on. Besides, cell phone coverage was of great concern to me. And so I'm just wondering, is there somehow, Andy, that can we get cell phone towers in there? I know we don't have a large population that probably would warrant it on behalf of the cell phone companies, but is there any way we can apply for grants in, under safety from the state to help pay for something like cell phone towers in that area?
We've continued to reach out to the different cell phone providers, and we've not been able to get an interest in there. We've looked at, and we'll continue to look for things like microcells, things like that, working with our telecom division. So far, we have not found anything that has worked for us, but we'll continue to beat those bushes.
Any chance we can ask the state for a grant to put them in?
I can certainly look into it, absolutely.
Based on safety and health and safety.
Yeah.
Fire safety. Okay. The other thing I'm concerned about is the 6 events, up to 200 people at Garden Bar. Your parking lot doesn't look like it would support that many people, even with the overflow.
Lisa, I may need to turn to you on the sizing of the parking lot.
Right, the size of the parking lot, the stationary one would only fit 30 vehicles. What would happen if there was an event that wanted to come in was they'd have an unofficial area that, just like with a temporary outdoor event permit through planning, because these things happen so infrequently, you don't have to set aside a paved area or a graveled area. What they do is they just come in and they have to mow the weeds down to nothing, so it's just the ground. That way it meets what the fire department requires for a temporary event.
Okay, and no cars would be parking on the weeded area where we have to worry about sparks and fire?
Right, they would have to provide, there's in that slide, it showed a pink area.
Yeah.
And there would be several areas like that where people, if they would just scare off the land.
Approximately how many autos that would support, that pink area?
We have enough areas between that area and another area for a 200-person event.
Okay, good. Okay, I have a question about the little bridges that they're talking about building. Mm-hmm. Are the bridges for just foot traffic, or?
They would also accommodate ATVs and smaller vehicles, like for example, their fire truck may be able to go. They don't have the capacity for a large one because of the turning.
Oh, okay.
But you could get down to both edges, and so fire can get closer.
Okay, because I noticed in your work here that you're purchasing the light vehicles.
The light rescue vehicle.
The light rescue vehicles. Yeah, what is that?
So it's on a truck chassis. It's a lot smaller than when you think of a fire vehicle. This one is on a regular Ford truck chassis it'll carry 500 gallons of water, I believe, and enough so it can address a small spot fire before it gets out of hand, and it can also carry the medical emergency equipment for medical emergencies. And because it is smaller, it can get into those smaller places. It can get farther into the park than a standard one. But
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor. So the light rescue vehicle that's addressed in the EIR is that was a mitigation that we felt would be helpful, as in the North Auburn Station 180 is the primary station that serves that, does not have a light firefighting vehicle. They have two what we call Type 1 large fire engines and a ladder truck that we never want to take those off-road. That'd be real bad. So it's a smaller, it's actually on like it's Ford F550 or Dodge 5500 chassis, carries about 200 gallons of water, and it's really just basically a pickup truck that can make quick response and does have medical capabilities on it. It'll have EMS equipment. And what that does is reduces the need to have the interior trails wide enough to accommodate a larger engine. And then it's really, that's its primary role, is to get on top of it quickly and be able to access some difficult areas. And then obviously during peak fire season, or when we are in fire season at all, we'll have our four-wheel drive CAL FIRE engines responding, as we talked about, from all over the unit as well. But it's really that first due vehicle to get it in there and be able to access some tight areas while we potentially have to build access on these larger fires sometimes with bulldozers and get our crews in there. It should be able to access most of it.
You think bulldozers and such would be able to go across those bridges?
They'll be able to get close, and then they find ways around.
Okay. All right. But there's not any plan for any kind of vehicles to use for evacuation across those bridges?
Well, we rated them actually quite high, Ryan. What did the bridges, the mitigation we put in place? It was 40,000 pounds. So they'll accommodate, but really it's to be able to traverse the trail network and not have, 20-foot wide trails, and be able to use that. So, but if we can use it in a pinch, we have, across the state of California, people have been evacuated. We can get pickup trucks in there. We can get an ambulance in there as well, and we can really guide people out or put them in a safe spot and be able to fight fire around them if need be.
Okay. Great, thank you. I know Andy wants to talk on that.
Just wanted to make a point of precision here to be clear on what we told the Planning Commission, what is actually happening. One of those bridges, I just want to be clear, one of those bridges, not because of the weight capacity, but because of the geometry in the bottom of the canyon it's in, will only be able to carry an ATV, not a full-size truck. So there are, when you're coming from Hidden Falls, you're coming from the expansion area, there are places where only an ATV or foot traffic can get. I just want to be precise about what we've said.
Yeah, so it's not a matter of building it to support it, it's just that because of the trajectory, it just can't be done.
That's right.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, we'll now open up the hearing to public comment. We're going to be hearing from people both in person here and electronically. We have groups set up to try to make that efficient and to accommodate social distancing. So, of course, we'll start with group one. And so if you're in group one, please come forward and space yourself out so you're ready to go. And we would appreciate it if you state your name for the record, please. Keep your comments to 3 minutes. And if you just want to echo what somebody else said, don't need to start from scratch, but just sort of ditto that so the board can have an efficient and constructive hearing. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Sidnor, and I am the California State Trails Advocate for the American Endurance Ride Conference. AERC has about 4,000 members nationally, and our headquarters is right here in Auburn. As you know, Auburn is the endurance capital of the world. And we have about 200 members of the American Endurance Ride Conference right here in Placer County, and that are deeply, of course, involved in Tevis. AERC strongly supports the expansion of Hidden Falls. We're really grateful to have this over $3 million grant from the state of California for the Twilight Ride parking lot. And that will create about 20 equestrian parking spaces off Bell Road. We're strongly in favor of the shaded fuel breaks because this is a win-win situation in fire safety for the nearby ranchers. Right now, that area has dense brush and is and a lot of ladder fuels, and the shaded fuel breaks are going to help the nearby ranches. And certainly CAL FIRE has testified today on on how good the shaded fuel breaks will be. We also support cattle grazing and the use of goats to help clear the brands. The 30 miles of new trails will benefit hikers, horsemen, and mountain bikers. But surprisingly, we hadn't really thought about this. There's a lot of cross-country running teams from Placer County high schools that have showed up at the Planning Commission meeting. And who would have thought that? High school students in cross-country. So the supplemental EIR is over 1,000 pages long. We've been testifying on this for 3 years and sent many letters. So I hope tonight you will actually vote to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Chairman, board members, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Bernard Malloy. I'm the president of the Gold Country Trails Council. We are a non-motorized trail building and maintenance organization established in 1981. Many of our members enjoy hiking, horseback riding, bicycling, trail running, so the full spectrum of people enjoying the trails. Many of our members actually enjoy the Hidden Falls Park. You know, we're spread over this whole area. Gold Country Trails Councils has been watching and participating in the public progress for the expansion of Hidden Falls for the last 5 years. We would like to commend the county staff, the Board of Supervisors, for its commitment to the Placer Legacy Program and the preservation of open spaces and the creation of non-motorized multi-use trails. Many of us come from ranching and farming backgrounds. We appreciate the agrarian lifestyle, and we understand the importance of protecting land for future generations. There is great value in teaching both current and future generations the importance of respecting and protecting the land for public enjoyment. We commend the property owners who worked with the Land Trust and the county to increase the amount of safeguarded large acreage and the connection of these large open spaces. Gold Country Trail Council supports the reduced plan as proposed by the county staff and certification of the supplemental EIR. It was recently approved by the Placer County Planning Commission. We feel that the reduced plan is a good compromise, and it further reducing the impacts of the original plan, which was also supported by the original EIR. With the reduced plan, the Hidden Falls expansion can reasonably be constructed in the next 10 years. It's not some pie-in-the-sky goal. Hidden Falls Regional Park is truly a legacy for Placer County. The expansion will make it much more so. Future generations will appreciate your wisdom in protecting this additional 2,500 acres of open space and providing public access to 30 miles of trails in the beautiful Sierra foothills. Few are placed in a position to act on a project that can have the benefit for the future generations of this project. We strongly encourage your yes vote on supporting the Hidden Falls reduced plan. We also want to thank you for your hard work and many long hours listening to all of us. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Hello, I'm Jim Hoggensmith. I live in Newcastle. I've lived in Newcastle for over 30 years, and I came here because of a good job and a lot of great recreational opportunities close to where I live. A lot of change in 30 years, but the good recreation opportunity is still there, and it's really important to many residents of the region. I'd like to say that the demand is definitely not going down, and this kind of project is definitely helping us in meeting that demand for recreation. I'd like to quickly reference you back to the county vision and the plan that was approved by the Board of Supervisors, I think back in 2018. They note things such as critical factors for for land use planning and environmental stewardship, developing land use policies that improve the overall quality of life for our residents and business community while recognizing the need to preserve our finite environmental resources to support, preserve, and reasonable land management techniques with balanced economic prosperity in the county. And part of that is acquiring more open space and for community use and benefit. That means trails. That's in your strategic plan. So I encourage you to support the project unless you plan on stripping out all those great parts of the strategic plan. And so that means, and it explicitly states, the county will measure success as factor in acres of passive recreational parks and acres of active parks and acres of conserved lands. Definitely right in line with what we're doing here. I'd like to also say that a lot of grant funds have been spent on these projects and to preserve lands and provide the recreation. And if we grind to a stop on providing recreation on these, where we have basically effectively committed when we did the grant request, we're going to see a lot of decreased opportunity in the future for grant funding of conservation projects. And instead you're going to see houses because it's going to be a lot harder to preserve lands in the county. So with that, I encourage you to support the project tonight and move forward. And in 10 or 20 years, I'm sure we'll all be amazed at how much outcry there was against the project when I think everyone will realize it was a great asset to the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, supervisors. I'm Tiffany Vanderlinden. I reside in Christian Valley here in Auburn. I'm the president of Meta Vista Trails Association. I'm on the board of Backcountry Horsemen's Motherlode Unit, and I'm a member of Placer Trails. I'm also an avid equestrian. I'm going to give you some facts on the potential benefits of the economic impact of voting for Hidden Falls expansion. So in August of 2018, Jerry Brown signed AB 1918, the bill to create the Office of Sustainable Outdoor Recreation. In California, the outdoor recreation contributes to $92 billion in consumer spending and 691,000 jobs. Here's another study in 2018, Helena, Montana. Trails impact revealed 4.3 million annual impact for a town of, 31,000 residents. This is one example out of hundreds from across the nation of trails playing a vital role in the economy. Outdoor recreation now outpaces the oil and gas industry in economic impact. The outdoor recreation industry is also built on trails, making trails an important economic driver. Properties increase in value. Trails both drive tourism and make communities a more desirable place to live. Health benefits. For every $1 spent on building trails, there's direct correlation to $3 of saved medical costs. That's from the American Heart Association. Trails create jobs. Pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure projects created 8 to 12 jobs per million of spending. I'm almost done, I promise. The recreation numbers for the horse industry in California creates over 20,000 jobs. Total value to our state economy is $1.56 billion. That's here in California. So on behalf of myself, Meta Vista Trails Association, Placer Trails, we urge you to approve the conditional use permit modification, the final on the SEIR, and vote in Hidden Falls Regional Park Trails Expansion Reduce Project. As always, thank you for your service.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Dolly, and I live on Kramer Road, just west of Bell Road. I'm not going over all the concerns that we've all heard for the past almost 3 years, but I do support every person who opposes this project. But I do want to explain why it is necessary to address the road issues before considering approving this project. And here's just 2 examples. Yesterday, my daughter was coming over to pick up some hay. Coming up Bell Road as she passed Ore Creek Road at what I call the S-curves, just before getting to the Twilight Ride property, a big red Ford truck and a 4-horse trailer with horses came around the bend too fast, didn't make the curve, and ended up on her side. Right behind that truck was another truck with a 2-horse trailer with more horses. Fortunately, my daughter was able to avoid getting hit, and that could have been a very ugly accident. Last Monday, I was trailering 2 horses and decided to go out Kramer. As I approached the blind curve heading towards Highway 49, I see a truck with a big dump trailer coming off 49 in my direction, so I stopped. He started towards the first curve, and he stopped. With my trailer tires on the pavement into the dirt, halfway off the pavement, heading down the bank, I could only hope that the fence would hold me if something happened. The gentleman pushed as close to the upper bank as he could, and we slowly passed, but there was less than a foot between us. There was no way for either of us to back up. We were stuck. If a car had been coming behind me on that blind curve, it could have rear-ended my trailer with the horses in it. Now that's 2 incidents with one family in 1 week. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It happens all the time. All the studies of the road say there are significant problems. My question today that I would like an answer to is, why is the Parks Division allowed to push this project without fixing the roads for the safety of the citizens as well as evacuation in the case of a fire? And I don't want it to be the excuse that we don't see there is a problem that can't be fixed with a few signs, or we have downsized the plan to reduce the number of vehicles. So please explain why. I understand that time and tide changes things, and I've seen a lot of changes in my life, but don't put the cart before the horse. So today I ask that you, the Placer County Board of Supervisors, not approve this expansion plan as submitted. And if the roads can't be fixed, the project should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Delana Rude, and I might tell you that I'm a lifelong resident of Kramer Road, actually since before I was born, so you better believe I know Bell, Kramer, Lone Star roads. I ask that you deny passage of this trail expansion SCIR and the conditional use permit, and to stay with the docent-led activities on the Taylor Ranch, Cotomayana, and Harvco properties. The SCIR transportation and circulation element is pathetic. Nowhere does it state that Bell, Lone Star, Garden Bar, and Kramer roads, in my view, are substandard and dangerous roads. Kramer is not legally wide enough to have a center stripe, so people drive down the middle of the road, even on the blind curves. Being run off the road into a ditch or nearly sideswiped on a blind curve just isn't reported. You can talk to me and many of my neighbors about that. And Jim has some pictures that I hope he will share with you that I just took within the last week. Then there's the matter of wildfire. This expansion will link Hidden Falls, of which about 50% of the 1,200 acres is rated a high fire zone, linking to land trust properties all the way to the Bear River. The midsection isn't too bad, but when you approach the country club, it goes back to high fire risk, and the acreage near the Bear River is rated an extreme fire zone. Yet the SCIR states the probability of fire as less than significant. It is not a matter of if, but when a catastrophic wildfire could rip all the way from the expansion area in the Bear River to DeWitt or over the Big Hill Ridge down toward Lincoln or into the Mount Vernon area. Fire could also come from the southwest, depending on the wind. In either case, it could burn hundreds to thousands of acres and homes, barns, livestock, pets, and kill people. Imagine trying to evacuate on these roads while first responders are trying to come in. Think Paradise, where 85 people died. Remember that CAL FIRE states that over 90% of wildfire is human-caused, allowing hundreds to thousands of people to run unchecked on the trails, if they stay on the trails, from Hidden Falls all the way to the Bear River with this level of fire danger, I believe is totally irresponsible. There will be trespassing and illegal camping and campfires. There already is. We know that. All it will take is one wrongly discarded cigarette, a joint, or an escape campfire and the right conditions, and off we go. Remember that Paradise burned on November 8th. The Wilderness Pass is a joke. The Park Department needs to severely limit the number of passes to keep people in check. Realistically, you don't need a pass, especially if you want to take 2 or 3 days to go from Hidden Falls to the Bear River or vice versa. You just hop the fences. People are already doing it.
If you could wrap up your...
I will. So, I'm asking that you give us, the wildlife, the livestock, and the environment a break. This area is not a zoo. No one talks about that element, but it is critical. Close everything at least 1 day a week in addition to the red flag days, and strongly consider closing all of the trails and parking once the hills dry out. The reasonable and sensible alternative is to continue with the docent-led activities. No new parking lots. People can be bused to the drop-off points. This is a ranching area. Please don't turn us into an urbanized island replete with people driving crazily on the roads and subjecting us to vandalism, theft, and trespass as escalated in the Mears neighborhood. And please, don't burn us or the greater North Auburn area down. And believe me, it could happen. Thank you.
Hi, Placer County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jane Goddard, and I have lived on Lone Star Road for 41 years. My late husband has stood at this podium before you many times, pointing out the many obvious reasons why the Twilight Ride parking lot at Hidden Falls is the wrong project at the wrong time. Now it's my turn. My daughter sent you a letter stating that after hundreds of hours of meetings, testimonials, letters, and tears, the only thing for those that want the expansion can come up with is we want more trails, even though they already have over 900 miles of beautiful trails in Placer County available to them. If you vote yes on the current proposal, the Placer County Board of Supervisors will definitely get credit when, not if, family homes and property are burned to the ground due to careless visitors to the park. According to the chart of wildfire statistics, my home will be gone within 30 minutes. You will get credit when people die because of already overburdened emergency services are unable to get to the injured residents due to the excessive traffic on the 3 country roads. When there are weekly accidents on roads that were not meant for this level of traffic, you will get credit. When people have to sell their homes due to crime, safety, and drop in value, you will get credit. And when everything that can go wrong will go wrong, you will get credit. The Hidden Falls expansion project is ignoring the risk to the citizens' lives purely in the pursuit of happiness for the majority of people who do not live in the area surrounding the project. As my son stated in his letter to you, this may be the most important vote in your tenure as a supervisor for Placer County. Please make the right choice by voting no on this project. In closing, if you feel obligated to vote to approve the expansion, you will become Placer County heroes if and only if you approve it for Alternative 1 docent-led groups only. Docent-led adventures will be safe, pre-planned, prepared, advertised for each group of horseback riders, joggers, bikers, and casual walkers. In this way, each group of park enthusiasts could enjoy the park to themselves only on specific days. The number of participants would be counted going in and coming out each day, and a docent would be monitoring the safety of its participants. It would also prevent all these groups of park enthusiasts using the narrow trail at the same time. Protect rural Placer and protect your Placer County residents that voted for you. Thank you for making the right decision for your Placer County constituents. Please protect rural Placer. Please include my statements in the minutes from this meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Mark Rideout from Ophir, where my family's lived and paid property taxes and contributed to the community since 1924. I retired from Placer County in October after 28 years as an architect, property manager, and deputy director. My experience with Hidden Falls began in 2002 when I negotiated the purchase of Spears Ranch. Today, I want to highlight my personal experiences and urge your board to approve the recommended project. I was personally involved in each of the property transactions, the negotiations, contracts, and deliberations, and recommendations to your board, and throughout the county clearly disclosed the public potential, the potential for public recreation. For each transaction, the meetings were noticed, there was a public hearing, and your board gave its approval, all of which provide the opportunity before you today. I was personally involved in the first Hidden Falls construction project, the design, environmental review, and use permit. Throughout, the county reliably responded to community input. We crafted the first Hidden Falls use permit, addressing many thoughtful questions and comments. This process delivered the outstanding recreational amenity that the county enjoys today. I was personally involved in this trails expansion project, the community meetings, the document prep, and the collaborations, and I submit that staff listened to the community again. We worked with the fire district, consultants in the community to honestly address each concern. And I think, a bit off script, there is a differentiation, I believe, between the fuels and topography of Paradise to this area that we might want to talk about. The exhaustive EIR and protracted time frame are a direct result of staff listening to the community. The recommended reduced project is direct evidence of the care that Andy, Lisa, and the team show for the community and feel for it. It's a good project, and I say that honestly, not just because of my involvement, but because of the facts contained in the EIR and the staff recommendation. Trail users from North Auburn and the rest of Placer County, they beg park staff for more trails. This only increased last spring through COVID, and it's going to continue to grow as families and friends rediscover each other and the outdoors. And I'll say that there is a difference between docent-led tours and being out there. I'm a photographer. I do wildlife and nature photography, and it's a different experience of nature when you're on a docent tour. In closing, I'll urge your board to approve this project to achieve initiatives in the countywide strategic plan, and so your property tax investments can realize their potential, and so future generations can seek wellness and the wonder of our beautiful county. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. You look so much younger.
I do. I appreciate it.
You got rid of the beard,
Yeah, you remember the COVID beard. That was not pretty.
Good to see you. Group 2 is now testifying, so they're welcome all to come in and get in line, and appreciate your cooperation.
Good afternoon. Name is Joe Parisi, Auburn Valley. I want to take exception to the, I want to tip my hat to the CAL FIRE guys. They were instrumental in our community becoming a fire-safe community, and I want to keep on the good side of them because right now we have a significant, likely, and catastrophic wildfire emergency evacuation problem in Placer County. If you read the report that was given to each one of you, not the mayor's report, but the report on this project and the catastrophic problem with wildfire from Highway 49 all the way up Lone Star to Bell, and from the north and south of Bell going across the western portion, all of the project, there are very little accesses to this problem. For instance, you're proposing, or it's been recommended to you, and it has not been disclosed, that there are 500 vehicles that are just waiting to get to those 30 miles of trails. And they say they've reduced all of the problems by 60%, but they haven't reduced those 500 vehicles that were part of the demand for those 30 miles of trails. So you have all of these vehicles and the people, over 1,000 of them, that would be let loose into the parks, and no mitigation, no plan to protect the people on the other side of the parks. Everything that's been spoken here today is for how they're going to contain the fires within the park, but not what happens when the people want to get out of the park, and what are they going to do when they hit those 15 choke points that were in the PRISM report that you received, and the communities around them. And not only the communities, but more important than that, how about the residents that live in the communities? Their life, their animals, their private property, their public safety when they're caught in a wildfire evacuation problem. There is clearly a present danger that that can happen. And the gentleman who's here before me said that you don't have the same problem that you had in Paradise with the campfire. You do have a problem. Just go to the outskirts of our subdivision in Auburn Valley and you'll see the growth. Dead trees, dead limbs, debris that has been building for years and years that can ignite and cause the problem in California, that they didn't have enough firemen to take care of that fire that went all the way up through to Washington. You've got the same conditions exist in Placer County. So don't rush to approve this because it can be mitigated. And somebody said that they're going to put a gate up at Curtola Ranch Road.
If you could please wrap up your comment.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
If they put a gate up, is the county going to maintain that? Is the county going to police it? And don't ask our community, because we can't even get people to join on our boards, not alone stand by and police the gate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janine Wolf, and I have been a Placer County resident for the last 33 years, and I live currently a few miles from the proposed Twilight Trailhead. And I'm here to show my support for the expansion of the project and to urge you to vote in favor of proceeding with the development. Basically, I agree with all the arguments in favor of, so I don't want to repeat too much of that, but I'm an avid lover of the outdoors, and hiking, biking, running, and horse riding are exceptionally popular forms of recreation and have proven benefits to the community health. Yet existing trails are in such high demand that they are often overcrowded. The planned expansion of Hidden Falls will provide the much needed trails and trailhead facility. It is of great importance not only for the current community, but the generations to come, that we preserve and expand on outdoor recreation opportunities that enable experiencing the natural wonders of the foothills, nature, and wildlife. So I urge you to please consider going ahead with expansion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Henderson. I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself and also as the spokesperson for Loomis Basin Horsemen's Association. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you, all of the commissions, the parks, the planning, the Board of Supervisors, and the county parks, and especially Andy and Lisa and their staff for all the hard work that everybody has done on this project and all the hours all of you have spent listening to everybody who's come before you for the past 4 years. I think that the county parks department has addressed the concerns of the neighbors and that they have done a great job in coming up with a reduced project by 60%. It's still a viable project, and I'm still disappointed that the rural Placer people have not been able to come to any kind of compromise on behalf of their community. And I find that really to be unacceptable in a project like this where you speak up that you should at least come to the table with some kind of compromise. I don't believe docent-led hikes continued is a compromise for them. I've personally been to the site. I find it's a great site. I find that there are probably 3 or 4 homeowners who directly abut up to the proposed parking lot, and those people would definitely feel some kind of impact. As far as the rest of the community, I didn't see that there would be any direct impact to any of them. I have been on the roads. I've driven that car. I drive my horse trailer all over Placer County. I find that that road is no more challenging than driving Mount Vernon, than driving Baxter Grade, than driving Rattlesnake Bar. Any of those roads are all narrow country roads, and those of us who live in the foothills here are used to driving those roads, so I don't see that as a challenge. I'd like to thank you for your foresight in working with the Placer Legacy Fund, the Placer Land Trust, and the county in purchasing these properties, and these properties have all gone through the process to be approved, all for public use down the road. And so I would like to conclude by saying I don't really see any negative impacts of this approval of this park for Placer County. It's your job as commissioners here to do what's in the best interest of Placer County as a whole. Not just the homeowners, not the equestrians or the bikes, but what is really best interest of Placer County as a whole. I think that your yes vote on this gives the Placer County residents, as promised and deserved, to have access to this open space. After all, it has always been the goal that this be available to the public. You cannot have public use without public access. It shouldn't be up to a minority who's well organized and who's become, quote, the squeaky wheel, to be able to derail a project the county has had in its sights for years. A no vote would be to the detriment of all residents of Placer County. So thank you for your time, and we hope that you'll vote for the project.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your attention and consideration in this matter. I happened to visit Hidden Falls today, as I do often, and there were, as usual, just many hikers, strollers, children, bikers, equestrians enjoying this wonderful facility. Quite a gem of Placer. I see it was dedicated in 2006. At least one of the supervisors here is on the plaque, and I just kind of want to let you know and remind you, I hope you've all been there, how many thousands of people have enjoyed the park in the last couple of decades, and it's just done a great job fulfilling the Placer legacy to get people outside. I've raised 2 sons that have enjoyed the park for 14 years. They're now young men enjoying the outdoors and themselves. I hope that the park can expand and this asset can continue to grow for the future generations. So I'd ask you to kindly approve the reduced plan. I think the compromises fulfills many of the considerations. I don't envy your problem. Not everyone can be satisfied, but I do believe it fulfills millions of investment in land acquisition and grants, and it fulfills the 20-year Placer legacy plan. So I encourage you to approve this open space so that my children and their children can continue to enjoy that park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ann Rubenstein. My husband and I are residents of North Auburn. Very happy to be here and very supportive of the expansion plan that's come so far and now is in your hands to finalize. We're taxpayers. We're members of the public, and we support public access. As members of the public, we enjoy the parks in the Bay Area and Nevada County. We take our horses everywhere. Yesterday, I took my horse by myself to Hidden Falls, and I was so happy to feel safe and see everybody else on bicycles, walking dogs, and just people walking, happy to be out there with the recreational opportunity that we enjoy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Allen. I've been a resident for about 23 years, and I came to speak today to urge you to support the expansion that's proposed here today. And just to call out your attention to something I think we've all noticed in light of what's been going on with the pandemic, and that is the need for outdoor recreation as a way to support your physical and mental health during times of stress. And I'm sure, as we all know, that even after the pandemic, hopefully very soon, that will continue, right? And so to look at an amenity that we have today that's currently in very high demand, the opportunity to increase the capacity of that amenity so that we can serve more people and their health care needs is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lou Salatino. I'm a retired educator here in Auburn. I've lived here for 33 years in the same house, which is 1 mile away from the Twilight Ride proposed property. And I want to tell you, we're scared. And I want to ask your indulgence in something. I'd like you to, in memory of Dr. Seuss, put on your imagination hats. And I want you to imagine that this proposal is going to happen in your neighborhood. It's going to create a parking lot in your neighborhood with all the incumbent people that are going to arrive there. That's not a safe area to live in. We have to be careful wherever we go. In answer to your question, Jim, Highway 49 is going to be walled off from Lone Star Road to Lawrence Avenue. You won't be able to turn north off of Kramer Road, which increases the potential of problems if there were a fire and trying to evacuate the area for these gentlemen here to get in and help us. And you'll only be able to turn south on Highway 49 from Kramer Road. I listen to the park department here, and I hear a lot of dice rolling. I hear them saying, well, we got the potential of this, we got the potential of that. And nothing's solid. Whether they get that money or not, it's up to the roll of the dice. So I would encourage you to vote no on this proposal. We don't need Hidden Falls in our neighborhood no more than you would need it in your neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Salatino. I'm attached to him, so. Anyway, yes, we have lived there for a lot of years, and 33 years ago we had our horses and we could ride out on Bell Road and ride out towards Big Hill, and we had friends and neighbors, and then as the years have gone by now, it's just hardly safe enough for my husband and I just to take our dog for a walk out on the road. I would like to recommend that you do deny. I mean, I'm glad to see that we're compromising. Yes, they brought the project down less in numbers, and that's great. But there's still so many concerns. Even today, I just heard everything that we were concerned about. Fire, obviously a concern. How are we going to get in and out? The traffic, the roads are not safe. A few years ago, we witnessed a gentleman who died just below our property. He was coming from the country club, and he was in an accident right at the curve where his car rolled. He was going too fast. There have been several times when, yes, we don't report where we're almost run off a road or where we just barely miss getting hit. We're not worried about the locals who know the road and can do the traversing with their trailers. What we're worried about is the flatlanders that will come up and are not familiar with the roads. And like she said, if you go around any of those corners with a horse trailer or a truck or a vehicle going too fast, you're going to be in the other person's lane. And those are the things we're very concerned about, the fire and the cost and the impact on wildlife and local agriculture. So I really think you need to keep it to the docent-led reservations, and don't let anybody go off into that wilderness area. I've ridden up there, and you can get lost very easily up in that area if it's not clearly marked or if you don't have someone else waiting below for you, knowing the trails. So I don't think our roads are ready yet. I really don't think the cost is, like he said, my husband said, it's kind of a roll of the dice. You're not sure about that. But yeah, there's so many other state parks and areas that you can enjoy right now until we grow into a better developed area for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Bart Rood, Kramer Road, Auburn. I have noted with interest that the board and county leadership has recently held a strategic planning workshop. This seems to be a timely endeavor given the several topics that were specifically addressed, including financial responsibility, accountability, and stewardship. I cite 4 from a list of 8 so-called critical success factors addressed in the workshop: strategic relationships and community engagement, prudent and comprehensive financial planning, fiscally sustainable public safety services, and balanced land use planning and environmental stewardship. Remarkably, economics and sustainable fire services were other topics of discussion. Today is the day to look with wide open eyes at the project in terms of short-term and long-term fiscal costs and risk accountability. Today is the last chance to negotiate and settle upon a fair solution. You will hear that we of Protect Rural Placer are selfish and want to exclude recreationists from lands that have served a ranching community for about 170 years. That is false. Those who call us selfish have little or no skin in the game. Many contribute nothing to feeding the nation. Are they selfish? I suggest they go forth and use the existing 900 miles of Placer County trails before a ranching community is destroyed and livelihoods are shattered. Climate change and potential for catastrophic fire on the trail's expansion area is fact. CAL FIRE shares that more than 90% of fires are human-caused. Are we placing bets on the law of averages that will not experience fire in the area? I would ask if that is not a foolish bet. The juxtaposition between desire for a ludicrously expensive trails expansion project and concern regarding fire services, it is interesting because we know we are looking at introducing unsupervised masses into an urban wildland interface. The interest and concern shown regarding potential for fire demonstrates nervous insight. So, is the risk of introduced fire a bothersome fact? There are those who say this project must proceed because millions of dollars have already been expended. That is poor rationalization because previous outlay can be capitalized upon with docent-led activity. Question: why did the Parks Division never meet face-to-face with the ranching community? This project has been forced upon us when a fair approach would have involved an earnest mediation process. It is not too late for that. Let us put aside polarized interests of those who want more trails to explore, and let us put aside my ranching community interests. We must take the long view. We have to get it right because this is destiny. Fiscal responsibility and risk management are the bottom line. I ask today that you deny the SEIR and that you deny the modified conditional use permit before you. Protect Rural Placer has said from the beginning that docent-led activity on this expansion area is acceptable. I ask that you hold that line and maintain that kind of activity. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Louise Fry. I live at 5401 Bell Road, which is 3 properties above the Twilight Ride property. I can see where many people would really love to have this park in their backyard, and I wish it were, because I don't want it in mine. Lisa mentioned that people were asked to, give their opinions. They met with them. We weren't asked. Why? They asked people that wanted it, not the people that live there. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, I live 50 feet off the road, so they can't widen the road anymore where we live. I have 2 new knees and 2 old hips, and I have a hard time sometimes just walking to the mailbox. So I can't utilize the park at all. I'd like to ask Ken, how often are the fire breaks cleared? Hopefully every year. And anyway, one was... will the homeowners be informed of the fire, the cleared areas where possibly we can park if we can't get out because the roads are too blocked if there's a fire? So anyway, I hope you will consider all of what we said, and I wish it were in your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Wurst and I am part of Protect Rural Placer. If you were to drop by our ranch in North Auburn, you might see Kurt and our 3-year-old neighbor Isaac out on the quad checking the cows and calves. Or if Kurt's not home, he might have driven our backhoe down the road to help Jim and Vera, longtime neighbors who need to do clearing on their property required for fire insurance. Or you might meet Joel or Travis, both young dads who graciously come over and keep our quads running. Or Warren might be here to share produce from his garden. For 47 years, our incredible neighbors have shown us nothing but kindness and friendship and a willingness to do anything for each other. The county became a neighbor, so to speak, when it began participating in the acquisition of properties in our community starting back in 2007. Over the next 10 years, there was no outreach to the residents or presentations to MAC meetings to let the community know that the county had their own agenda for purchasing these properties. In 2018, at the required scoping meeting, a full-blown plan for the Hidden Falls expansion was unveiled. A plan for a trail system that would attract hundreds of vehicles and people 365 days a year to our peaceful rural community. It is no wonder that being brought in so late in the game would lead the residents to believe that we are an inconvenient afterthought in the county's plans. Who would have thought that trying to protect rural Placer County would pit us against our own county as adversaries? After 3 years of unprecedented destructive wildfires, who would have thought that the residents' concerns about wildfire risk, evacuation, and increased demand on our first responders would be disregarded? Who would have thought that speaking up for agriculture and the environment and asking to keep our families, homes, and roads safe and secure would be considered selfish? And so here we are today, awaiting a decision by you, our supervisors. The fate of our community is in your hands. I know that everyone won't go away happy. But after the challenging and divisive year we've just had in our country, I hope and pray that there will be better communication, kindness, consideration, and respect. How will we interact with each other moving forward? How will we demonstrate being a good neighbor to each other? And how will all of us do all we can to protect rural Placer? Thank you.
Jane, Supervisor Holmes has a question for you.
Hi, Gene. There's been many comments about this reduced project is a compromise. Do you consider it a compromise?
I believe that there's some real lack of transparency over the fact that this is called a compromise and that they listen to the residents. We know that a full project build-out came forth in the final SEIR on September 4th. 1 week later, less than a week later, Jackie Caswell stood before all of you and said she was threatening to sue you and take this all the way, if she had to, for 20 years to fight this. Lo and behold, 3 days later, right before it's supposed to go before the Planning Commission, a reduced plan comes out. One without the Harvey-Go parking lot and a smaller one at Twilight Ride. Twilight Ride parking lot also had issues, as you know. For one thing, if they'd have done the full-blown plan, they would have had to put in a left-hand turn lane. That would have required purchases from either us, Bart Rood, or some of the Barneses to get that turning lane. They knew that that was probably a big issue. So I don't believe that they made their compromise based on listening to the residents. Yes, it is a compromise. You know, I'll only have 125 cars coming in and out next to my house every Saturday instead of 250 cars coming in and out to my house every Saturday. So yeah, it's fewer cars and, you know, fewer people on the trails, but it's going to have such a huge effect on the whole makeup of this community. And Kurt and I have tried not to make this about us, but you all know that we're affected on 4 sides by this. But our community as a whole, it changes a rural community. And there will be issues with the roads and the accidents. I almost had a bicyclist crash into me as I took a right-hand turn out of my car, out of my driveway. And so I know, I looked, it wasn't there, and all of a sudden it was there. I know that there will be road issues. I know that it is going to impact agriculture. It already has. I know that there is a greater risk of fire danger. And so, you know, I just think there's a lot of trails out there for people. This is a rural community that maybe should stay a rural community. But thank you for letting me speak extra. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane.
Good evening. We get to negotiate now. I have some cards.
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon. My name's Jeff Foltz, Placer County resident. I'm representing my family, my grandchildren, and I'm also a member of Placer Trails and the Gold Country Trails Council. It's been a long journey to get to this point. Years of studies, public meetings, environmental documents, and yes, compromise. Thousands of pages of information have been generated. Some of you have been around long enough to help create the Placer Legacy Program. Others have been around to experience the energy and excitement of adding an additional 2,500 acres of public lands and new trails to Hidden Falls. I would like to thank you for your hard work and attentiveness to this great project. Hopefully our new supervisor, Suzanne Jones, has had the opportunity to review all the material regarding Hidden Falls and gotten any questions and answers that she may have. Over the last several years, the park has become extremely popular, a testament to the supervisors for creating a regional park with open space and non-motorized trails. All the studies and reports, traffic analysis, fire reviews, environmental studies, public surveys, both county and publicly led, all reached the same conclusion, that Hidden Falls expansion can be built, and is supported by the studies and the vast majority of Placer County residents. The great thing about Hidden Falls expansion is it has a partnership following the guidance of the county's strategic plan. The county partnering with the Land Trust, which has strong ethos to protect the land. The Land Trust and the county working to acquire lands from willing sellers, many previous ranchers who saw the public benefit to the community by keeping their land in open space and not building new subdivisions. Hiking, biking, and horse groups also partnered to see the project to fruition and can be good partners in the future to help spread the word about being good stewards of the land. More eyes on the trails can address wildfires, moving quickly to cell phone areas where they can get reception and get calls in. All good things that currently can't happen right now out in the new expansion area because you can't be out there. All of this was done through the public process and approved by the Board of Supervisors through the many public meetings and approvals for various properties that have happened over the years. The good citizens surrounding Hidden Falls Regional Park expansion have not been deprived the use of their land and do as they see fit, and can still visit with their neighbors, nor should the public citizens be deprived access to trails on their public lands. Growing older, you learn to appreciate the simple things in life. Hiking, riding, trails, where you realize the health benefits of being outdoors. And yes, experiencing a Placer County Legacy Trail system in the Sierra Nevada. I appreciate the Supervisors County staff's efforts to be attentive to the citizens' concerns and managing Hidden Falls. When issues arose, things were addressed. Lessons learned that will carry forward to the new park expansion.
Could you
So what is your legacy to Placer County families? When the public is asked, they overwhelmingly support the protection of open space and the creation of trails. Let's do right by the 500,000, 450,000 residents of Placer County and approve Hidden Falls expansion. The vast majority of residents will thank you for your efforts and thank you for all your time and due diligence on this great community project. And a special thanks to Lisa Cardahan and Andy Fisher for working this project all the way through to this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The board is now going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back, start up with group 3, and then we have the Zoom calls after that. We have group 3, and then we have Zoom after that. Thank you. Okay, the board has returned from its break, and we will take up testimony with Group 3, then 4, and then Zoom, and Megan has an announcement.
Anyone else that's wishing to give public testimony that has not signed up either in person or via hand raise on Zoom, this is a 10-minute call to say please sign up. We're going to allow signups for 10 more minutes. At that point, we will close signups for public comment and only hear those that are currently signed up.
Thank you. So we can start with Group 4, if you can get in line and come forward to the microphone, and then state your name for the record before you testify. Thank you.
Hayden Christensen. I threw in my middle name because I was born in Auburn, and I have 5 generations of my family that's gone to Placer High School. So I'm a local girl. I've seen a lot of changes in our town, in our area, but it's the first time I've ever spoken in front of a board of supervisors, because this is the first time I've felt passionate about something. A couple of things. I've been listening tonight. Supervisor Jones, thank you for bringing up the cell phone idea, because I live nearby the Harvigo Ranch property, and we don't get very good cell phone coverage, and I'm right in the community. So if a hiker or a equestrian spotted a fire, it would take a little while to get that information out. And as you can tell, fire is my main concern, because I do live nearby. A couple of things I also heard tonight from the firemen is that the roads in the park and the bridges might not support a large fire truck. Fire is my main concern. The other thing I heard was we might be put in an area, because Kramer is one lane. It's truly just one lane. So if we were trying to get out by Lone Star or Kramer, and they were trying to send in the big fire trucks, I think there'd be a problem, a big problem. I'm shaking. I'm sorry. So those are some things I've been thinking about tonight as I've been listening. I love trails, too. I grew up camping all over this county. My dad had horses, and we had cows, and I love trails. But probably a great idea in the wrong place. I think hidden trails is in the wrong place. I know Mr. Harvigo, when he sold his land to the land trust, only expected docent-led trails. That's what he told us. He did not know that this was going to happen. I think there's several other farmers that have sold their land who have kind of been surprised, blindsided, in a way. So it's not all what they say it is. I think that the grassroots of Auburn and those of us, of course, that live nearby are frightened with this project. And it's not because we don't love trails. It's just because it seems to be in a dangerous place because of the road access. And I don't see anything happening to make those roads more accessible. And I don't see anything in the near future happening on Highway 49. I've heard of a lot of fatal accidents at Lone Star, just at Lone Star alone. So I think I'm done. But thank you. I definitely urge a no vote, just for the safety of the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Scott. I've lived in Auburn all my life. I live off of Bell Road currently, and I just wanted to swing by on my way home from work to say that I fully support the Hidden Falls expansion. I drive those roads every day. I don't ever feel unsafe on them. I think they're great roads, and I don't see any reason why it shouldn't go forward. So, short and sweet.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Chris Walker. I'm a former resident of Christian Valley. My career took me down the hill a bit, so I don't live here in Placer County anymore. But I did feel compelled to come up here tonight and testify in support of your certification of the SEIR for the expansion project, the reduced expansion project of Hidden Falls. All of you and everybody that has been participating in this effort for the last 2 decades deserves a round of applause, because Hidden Falls is absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely a reprieve for people who are looking to get out and experience the outdoors and do it in a healthy, beneficial way. And the experiments worked. You heard earlier it hasn't been without problems, but things have been solved and the learning process has gone forward. I'm happy to say that I love trails. What brings me back up here into this community twice a month is, in fact, Hidden Falls and the Auburn State Recreation Area to utilize those trails. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, because of COVID, there's a lot of people like me that are seeking the outdoors. And the trailheads are absolutely impacted right now. There is no parking anymore. And the only way to solve that going forward for the health of the community is to increase safely extra capacity. The Hidden Falls expansion area, that's public land. Public land isn't public land if it doesn't have public access. And I'll tell you right now, the docent-led tours, I'm not going to be lucky enough to get on a docent-led tour. I'm just not. This public land deserves to be enjoyed by everybody, not just the adjacent homeowners or people who live on the abutting lands. It was meant for public use and recreation. And I implore you to support the certification of the EIR. This is for the entire community, not just the few that live nearby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Patrick Cavender. Oh, sorry. My name's Patrick Cavender. I'm a over 20-year resident of Rockland. And a lot of ditto to what the gentleman said just before. I'm actually a father of 2 sons, and we frequently visit Hidden Falls. We mountain bike there, we hike there, we enjoy the land. It's such a beautiful gem of a place for Placer County. And one of the things that impresses me the most when I am there is that I see families, entire families. Other places that you may go on your trails, you may see like hardcore hikers or mountain bikers. This place is a family place. It's where people go to take their families out and engage out in the woods. And it's beautiful. And this expansion will just build on that and grow that for more of Placer County's families. So I emphatically support the expansion. I support it not just for myself, but for future generations. So when my kids, they have kids, they can have some place to go. They'll have a beautiful place to go that when they have kids, that whole area might be filled up with houses. It may be built out as we've seen Placer County grow, but that place will still be there and preserved for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Daffner. I live in Newcastle, and like many that have spoken before, I actually have been in Placer County for 33 years. That seems to be a magic number tonight. So I've been a Placer County resident for most of my life. I have been a landowner for 12 years and a business owner in the area. And I'm an avid equestrian, but I support the reduced plan. I support the fact that horse trailers have been removed from the plan as a compromise, because I think that's better for everyone. And if that's what it takes to move this forward so that the rest of the community can enjoy it, I support that. And I also think that there's been a lot of concerns raised that can be valid, but more eyes on property for fire danger seem to be better. And also the fact that there are horses and trail users, I know for a fact I could literally gallop my horse to a location to notify, or a trailhead, or find someone, or even quickly go to a place where I have cell service to notify, to get people there. Also, right now, they don't have all of that cleared spaces. So cleared spaces are better than not having cleared spaces. So I would rather see trails over track homes. I appreciate the compromise. And it sounds like the road is a big concern, so maybe that can be part of an improvement to add a line, a dotted line or a divide But Andy and Lisa, you guys have done an amazing job and so much hard work, and I appreciate it. So thank you very much. Please consider approving this. A lot of hard work has gone into this, a lot of compromise. So thank you.
Thank you. And Megan?
Just a quick announcement that we have now closed public comment sign up.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Candy Cost Herbert. I'm the president of Dry Creek Estates Property Owners Association. We're an association of 20, and I'll put this in quotations, rural properties west of Roseville. And now we have, instead of the almond orchards and the hay fields and the cow ranches, we now have subdivisions surrounding our rural properties. And so we're very, very supportive of protecting this open space and letting people use it. Because you can't just put a fence around it and say no one can come in. And we've bought property in 1985, so I've lived there for 36 years. And I want to point out, too, that I not only utilize Hidden Falls, at least twice a week, I'm going to El Dorado County, a couple different places, to Nevada County. I'm utilizing their trails, and I know that they're coming and utilizing ours. So it is a statewide benefit. It's not just local. And I'd love to have this thing in my backyard, but I couldn't afford to buy the properties anymore. The fire breaks, I've rode that property since 1988. There were no fire breaks, heavy brush. Now there's fire breaks. They provide line of sight, which is really good when you're seeing bicyclists coming by so you can see them. It's really good for fire suppression. I was riding Hidden Falls when that fire went through Auburn a few years ago, and we saw the fire smoke, we saw the wind, and we thought, we're out of here. And we were able to leave pretty quickly. We didn't have any problem. I just want to thank staff. I think they did an excellent job. And yes, I would have liked to have 200 parking spaces for horse trailers, but compromise is what we have to do. And so we want to go on record as being supportive of the reduced plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Stockstead, and I'm a resident of Placer County for a little over 30 years. There's that magic number again. We love Placer County. I live off of Bell Road on a country lane. And so my chief concerns are not that the park exists, but the impact of those that are enjoying the park. And so I apologize right off the bat that my thoughts are choppy, because if you've already heard them, I tried to eliminate real fast. So let's start with my two concerns, which are first fire and traffic. Over and over again, you've been hearing this. Multiple times you've heard that the real property owners in this region of the county have lost their fire insurance. Yet instead of representing the best interest of your constituents, those homeowners and those taxpayers, and I want to really put that emphasis on taxpayers, we hear that you have weighed all the safety impacts in our neighborhood. We have sat through various county employees and nonprofit organizations tell us that they have deemed this project good for California's public, yet we, the residents of North Auburn, are not convinced that it's good for us. How it would be music to our ears if the Board of Supervisors would suggest the building of a new fire station to aid our fire concerns for this particular corner of the county. I keep hearing about the Placer County's vision plan. I don't know how it is in your personal life, but in mine, I have to modify my plans as new information comes in. And so I would like to ask you to weigh seriously and consider California's heightened fire danger. Okay, moving on to traffic. I gave you a few examples of my traffic concerns. I can tell you factually that I have annually seen multiple near-miss accidents over the past 19 years that I have lived at that end of Bell Road. And I credit the North Auburn residents who know the twists and the turns of Lone Star, Kramer, and Bell for being neighborly and contributing to a peaceful outcomes of these encounters. I've seen neighbors get their own tractors out off of their property to pull trucks out of gullies. Sorry, I had to switch electronics. My laptop went dead. I don't know if you're aware of the bicycle traffic that has become literally a blood pressure raising event on these back roads, partially due to the width of the road, the blind corners, and because there is an absence of shoulders and instead deep ditches. I've witnessed loose cattle running on Kramer, and therefore I will close with respectfully, I am requesting that you vote no on the Hidden Falls Park expansion project, or at the very least, suspend your final vote until the state of California, therefore Placer County, knows the economic impact of our present world that we live in, which is not yet post-COVID. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors and staff. I'd like to thank you all for working on this project. I know it's been a long one. And I think history plays a good part in this. And when the first Hidden Falls was in motion, I think the people of the Mears Lane area didn't quite know what they were in for. But now we have their experience to go by. We know how they were impacted. We know how many cars were parked all along Mears, Mount Vernon, anywhere, in people's driveways. I mean, it was a mess. The county alleviated that problem, so to speak, by putting up no parking signs. We live in a rural community. Who wants to see no parking signs up and down their streets? And instigated the reservation system. Well, that only drove people over to our area on Bell Road. Now there are signs all over Bell Road that say no Hidden Falls access. Why do you think those signs are there? People continually just try to go into somebody else's property, jump the fence, and get into the Hidden Falls area. And that's not going to happen anymore with the Twilight Ride parking area? No, it will just bring even more people to the Bell Road, Kramer, Lone Star area to jump the fence, to just get in on their own. I think we have to look at history and see what this attractive nuisance has produced. And it is a very attractive nuisance. I totally understand. 60% of the people who utilize this are not even from Placer County. So we're involving a lot of people who don't have respect for the county, don't have respect for the rural community that we live in, and don't have respect for how they should be acting. That, along top with the road situation, which has been totally addressed, is just abysmal. I think the cart is a little bit before the horse here. I think there are other things that need to be addressed before opening this huge project up to the public. This is exposing people to, 12,000 acres of getting lost. I mean, the biggest problem now is dehydration and people not being able to make it out of that little tiny section of Hidden Falls. Now you're going all the way up to Big Hill, where these people can't even use their cell phone to call for help. You're on the hook. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pam Hart. Sorry. I'm group 4. Is that good? Group 4?
Well, we're starting group 4. Good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lori McIntosh, and I'm a real estate agent with United Country Real Estate, probably the only agent that would bother to come up here. And I'm a former pharmaceutical rep. So keep those in mind as I talk. I have lived all over the United States, Virginia, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Massachusetts, Connecticut, all beautiful states, and finally California since 2001. It's been my dream to live here. I love the public park access this state and this county provides. You don't have it on the East Coast. I moved to North Auburn 4 years ago and live on the east side of Lone Star Road. Due to the close access to Hidden Falls, that was a selling point for us, and various other trails nearby. I prefer to ride my horses, I'm an equestrian, close to home as I work really long hours. This is why I'm in support of the expansion. I'm a member of AERC, Endurance. As you know, it's the endurance capital of the world right here in Auburn. Meadow Vista Trails, Gold Country Trails Council, along with various other outdoor clubs. I do not believe anyone seeking a permit to go into the backcountry of Hidden Falls will be lighting fires and smoking cigarettes. These people will respect nature and what it has to offer. When I'm out on the trails, I go every single weekend. I have since the day we moved here. We've been going to Hidden Falls. I've been paying $8. I've contributed to that $117,000. I probably paid a big part of it, that Ken Graham stated. And I'm in the back part a lot. As soon as what we do is we take our time getting down the trail. I meet tons of families, as that man mentioned. I meet tons of kids from Sacramento. I'm so nervous. I don't do this very often. And they've never seen a horse before. And we have Arabians. They love kids. They take their time petting the horses, and we really enjoy it. And then we move on, and we go out to, I forgot what it is, one of the trails. Grouse. It's right on the edge of the Hidden Falls neighborhood, and no one is there. We don't even see mountain bikers. It's just us. I have a GPS on my phone. I'm never going to get lost. You're not going to go out there without your phone. You download it if you don't have cell phone access. And Suzanne, there is cell phone access at the parking lot if you have AT&T and at the helicopter pad. Unfortunately, there isn't any in between if you have AT&T. 37 seconds. I think I got it. So what I wanted to point out mostly is being a former drug rep, I sold an antidepressant for a long time in the Bay Area to psychiatrists, and they said to me, they 100% agreed, if their patients were outside, and if they owned a horse especially, they would not be seeing their therapist. They would not need drugs. This is what we need: nature, fresh air, seeing wildlife, doing a walking meditation. I meditate on my horse all the time. I have to. It's crazy out there. As you know, with COVID, anxiety and depression is huge. We don't want our kids sitting inside playing games. We need to get outside. And I think that's all I have to say, obviously, because I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you're doing.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors.
Good evening.
My name is Joseph Segre, and yes, I don't live in Placer County. Andy was kind enough to send me 4 letters in the last 2 years regarding this project that you're trying to figure out, and I thought maybe I could shed some light on a few things. Is it possible to bring the board back up over here? Would that be, or you just, I needed to show you the map of the Bear River, but
I think
you've already...
If you could just make your comments, I think that would be best.
You think so?
Thank you.
Okay. I live right on the notch on the Bear River. And the line is just like right on the property. I use that topography. I use the land over there. I go down to the river. It's very, very dangerous for hiking. I'm a hiker, and I just thought I'd bring that up. And also, in regards to getting to Garden Bar, I thought that Wolf Road was the only access to get to Garden Bar. And nobody's made a comment on Wolf Road. I've noticed that they're cutting all the trees off of Wolf Road. They're fixing the road. Excuse me. I've never spoken to a group, distinguished group such as yourselves. It's the first time in my life. But anyway, is that something that no one has actually looked at? How much more traffic will there be in Wolf Road? And maybe even Lime Kiln. People want to get to Garden Bar, you're going to get through Wolf Road unless you're going to continue it. Because when I make that left turn from Wolf Road to Garden Bar, there is no access. And I'm saying, I've been listening to everyone. I'm saying so maybe that's something you should consider to look at. I'm not pro or con to the whole project. I'm just looking at things that may be other people didn't look at. Now, the river is beautiful. I bought the land. I've got 15 acres over there. I love it. I've been there for 15 years. I live just below the confluence where Wolf Creek goes into the Bear River. And it flows down onto my property, and I get to go fishing. It's private. I get to go gold panning. I get to do a lot of beautiful things. And I don't mind people. To me, as long as people are cool, I'm okay with it. But I'm worried about all the pollutants that are getting into Wolf Creek that are going to go down to the river. People, what do people want to do when they go hiking? They want to go down to the river. What do you want to do? You don't say, oh, it's a nice river. I think I'm not going to go to the water and go swimming because it's 104 degrees. People are going to get sick if there is any kind of chemicals, any kind of bacterias, any kind of, well, I don't have to take you there. I'm thinking maybe you can decide that for yourselves. And that's all I had to say. I want to thank you. Look at that. Perfect. Have a good evening, everybody.
Oh, good evening,
Evening.
members of the board. My name is Mark Hoffman. I'm a retired clinical psychologist, resident of Placer County for coming on 9 years now, not 30. So we can forget about the magic number. My comments. I love the outdoors. I've always have. Hiking, camping, in the wild, wide open spaces, the freedom to engage in whatever activity I enjoy that doesn't infringe on the natural rights of others. That being so, I feel that preservation and development of wild open spaces for public enjoyment is laudable. However, as pertains to this project, the concerns of the Kramer-Bell-Lone Star corridor residents and their experience must not be discounted. The traffic study report that was presented here, I believe, was capriciously minimized as far as the impact on the corridor. The problems with the roads and the traffic described by the residents need to be fixed before proceeding with this project, particularly the Twilight Ride portion. But as you just heard, there's also issues with the garden bar. Property taxes and insurance costs, those things have been brought up. They increase for area residents continuously. Yet the burdens of area residents are expected to bear and tolerate are increasing. A question is, what benefit accrues to those who live in the affected corridor? How will they be compensated for the adverse effects this project will bring? You know, there's a homeless encampment over by the county park, that way, I think, that has returned and is expanding rapidly. Resolving that problem should be a priority over this project. Now, growth and development are inevitable, unless the pandemic or global warming and sustainable environment zealots are successful in reducing the global population. But development of this project I suggest only develop this project after properly and thoroughly addressing and resolving the problems identified by those most adversely impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Group 4.
Yep. State your name for the record, please.
Good evening, supervisors and staff. I am Mike Lutzker, and I live on Bell Road. I also sit on the North MAC committee, and over the last 3 years have not had one person in my area tell me they are for the expansion of Hidden Falls, but I've had hundreds of people tell me they are against the expansion of Hidden Falls. 3 of the Board of Supervisors' responsibilities are public safety, protecting existing neighborhoods, and fiscal responsibilities. The Hidden Falls expansion goes against all 3. You are putting our safety at risk with increased traffic, crime, fire, danger, and more. Hidden Falls has already destroyed the Mears neighborhood, and instead of fixing the problem, you are adding more parking spaces, which will add another 100 vehicle trips a day. The people of North Auburn and East Lincoln did not move to these neighborhoods because we wanted parks, traffic, and noise. We wanted rural, peaceful living. We are not South Lake Tahoe, Folsom Lake, or the American River. We did not choose to live in a recreation area. Please do not make us into one. We already have the wineries and the art tours that add traffic to our area. You just went through years rewriting the winery ordinance because of complaints from residents. You reduced wineries' hours, the amount of people they can have, and the days and times that they can operate, and their noise levels. But you are about to approve a project that is hundreds of times more intrusive than the wineries. Why is this okay for the county, but not for the wineries? How can you even begin to think about spending over $20 million on one project with the current financial crisis? There is no assurance that the county will get all the grant money, and even if it did, wouldn't it be better to spread it out through the county? The park would not even cover its operating costs. There is no money to fix the existing roads. You're not going to take down hundreds of thousands of trees or move hundreds of telephone poles to widen those roads. And nobody has talked about the cost of the wear and tear on the roads with all the extra traffic. Most all the people that want the park are from out of the area. They are saying they are protecting us because the park will stop homes from being built. Homes are not going to be built in that area if there's no expansion of Hidden Falls. This shows their lack of knowledge of the area. They seem to think that we do not ride horses or bikes or walk our dogs. Nothing could be further from the truth. We can now do this on our roads, but will not be able to if the expansion goes through because of traffic. If you put 500 vehicle trips a day in front of their houses, I am sure they would vote against it. Please vote against the Hidden Falls expansion and save our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Megan, I have something, one for each of the board. Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. What Megan has just passed out to you is 6 of the MACs that had the opportunity to vote on the Master Trails and Hidden Falls project expansion. And those show you the MACs that we had an opportunity to attend and advocate at that did not approve of the Hidden Falls. And they thought, I approve of the park in my own community, but I'm not going to approve other communities. Also attached is the faces of rural Auburn. And because we don't have the opportunity to give you a nice, pretty PowerPoint, that's why you have those photos. So just wanted to ask you, are you familiar with the Junior Achievement, that program? It's a nonprofit that inspires and prepares young people for success. I had the opportunity to be a volunteer with Junior Achievement, and I got a class of first graders, and it was great. One of my most interesting sessions that we had, in 30 minutes, we talked about wants and needs. And we, determined a home, healthy food, and clothing is a need. And we also shared that candy, video game, and toys are just wants. And so at the end of the day of our little program, I held up a photo and said, "Is this a want or a need?" and a picture of a coat. and the kids yell, need, and I hold up another picture, and it's healthy groceries, and they say a need, and then I hold up a picture of a skateboard, and they all say want, and one little boy says need. And I look at him, I said, and why is this a need? He said, because I want it. So this is the phrase we've been hearing over and over and over again from the trails, the biking, the hiking, equestrian groups, and Placer County. We want more trails. We need more trails. Because we want it, we need it. Imagine taking a round trip by car to Disneyland. That's 900 miles. That's how many miles of trails we have in Placer County. Yet it's not enough. It's kind of like my black shoes. I have 15 pairs, but I still want more. Ask my husband about that. And so we've been hearing from the hiking, the biking, the trails, and equestrian groups how they've had input into this project. Yeah, they have, since the early 2000s. Not once had the residents been included. When we were notified, it was through an official NOP, and that was at first only the surrounding 300 feet. It was Protect Rural Placer that got that area to be expanded and also include Placer County Farm Bureau and Tahoe Cattlemen's Association. That was through us. The lack of project transparency is apparent, and holding the special meeting before the first North Auburn MAC meeting could have been held tomorrow is not creating any more goodwill. So I just want to ask a question. Why are you holding the meeting today? Why not wait until after we held the North Auburn MAC and we really got to rally the individuals from North Auburn to comment? What I am requesting that this project comes back, that this project be pushed on hold until the opportunity that the North Auburn MAC has the opportunity to have people come and comment. Thank you.
And would you please state your name for the record?
Judy Eisman. Sorry
Thank you.
about that.
Hi, I'm Tina Wilkins. I own Vina Castellano Winery. I thought I said a bad word for a second. That'll come. Anyway, I own that winery, but today I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Placer County Farm Bureau as well. I sit on that board, and I hope that you guys all got my very lengthy letter. So I'm not going to go over all of that. But I am going to, while I've been sitting out there and listening to everybody and rewriting what I was going to say, and then I just left it in my purse, I'm reading the county mission to provide responsive, efficient, and effective public services that promote the health, safety, well-being, and prosperity of our citizens while protecting our environmental resources and preserving the rich heritage of our region. That's my favorite part. I think that no matter how you vote today, somebody's going to feel like you've achieved that mission. And over the last several years since Protect Rural Placer really put the bug in my ear about what was going on with the properties all around me. I'm at year 50 on our property. I felt like this would be a kind of a great thing for me. I'm probably right now the person that is going to benefit the most financially from this park. I own a winery a mile from that parking lot. That parking lot's going to fill in, and guess whose parking lot's also going to fill up? Mine. It already does from Hidden Falls. I live a mile from my winery on the edge of what we call, old timers call Dead Man's Canyon, which is where Hidden Falls is. And I'm never going to have to look at housing track housing there. How lucky am I? But I'm a farmer. And you guys have a decision to make today. You're going to either pick recreation or farming. And somebody is going to be hurt. Somebody's feelings are going to be hurt, because I've heard a lot about this compromising. Well, we're compromising. We're being asked to compromise. We're not very compromising. We're selfish. We're the only ones that are compromising. Farming and the rural ag community are the only people making a compromise. It is not a compromise for people who live outside of the area to not get to bring their horses and their bikes and their feet to walk on the land that is the rich agricultural heritage of this community. When this park first went in, I was an advocate. Yippee! I'm not going to look down into that canyon. And my kids, they've played in that park. I've ridden my horse. It wasn't a park when I rode my horse in it, but I had permission. Anyway, long story short, we're the ones making the compromise. It used to be a good idea. Hidden Falls used to be a good idea. We already have part of the park. It's a beautiful legacy for all of you, especially you, Robert, who I know was a big spearheader of it. But enough is enough. Farm to Fork and the wineries and breweries and the Farm Bureau is bringing back farming, real farming to this region. Please, let us keep our land. That's our little piece of the world. That's what we have left. Please let us keep it and farm it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor's going to be mad at me. My blood pressure's going to be up. My name's Cheryl Huntley Berg, and thank you for all being here. And I'm more than 30 years here. I say I've been here since I was 4, and I'm 77, so you get to figure it out. But I have to tell you a story really quick about my dad. He was the man that made me most proud, and you know, he was a man of integrity. And because of his integrity, not going along with all the feelings and all this, we now still have Lincoln Way School, Auburn's history, because he didn't go along with all the people saying, tear it down, tear it down. And I know we're not tearing it down, you're building it up, but going against Auburn. And rural Placer County is Auburn. And when you tear that down and you bring everybody in, but it takes guts, and my dad had guts, and he got, belittled by people, but he made that decision, and because of that decision, we still have beautiful Lincoln Way School. He was on the school board. So you have a tough situation, because all these people, they want it, they want it, they want it. But do they need it? They need it, they need it. People's lives are at stake. So if you vote for this park, the first person that dies on Kramer, on Lone Star, Bell, that's from out of this county that doesn't know how to drive these roads, it's on you, and I'm sorry. That's a fact. It will be on you. The first wreck out there from out-of-towners going to those new parks will be on you. If you want to have this park, wait until you have the money to fix the roads. Wait. Doesn't have to be done now. You are sacrificing people's lives. I'm sorry. That's just the nitty-gritty, and people don't like to hear that and say that. But I'm not afraid to. Going on my dad's integrity. It's the truth. So the first person that's killed on those roads is your fault if you vote for this, and I'm just telling you that. And you're changing, if you vote for it, you're voting for feelings. People, I want to do this. If you vote against it, you're voting for the lives of the people that live there. They don't have a choice. If you vote for it, you're voting for the elitists. They have horses. They can go anywhere. Spend the money on parks that the less fortunate can enjoy. I'm sorry, but there aren't a lot of less fortunate that enjoy. They're able to go out there and ride their horses. It isn't the less fortunate, it's the elitist. And that's all I had to say, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kurt Wurst, and I'm not nearly as good a speaker as my bride. Supervisors, the new supervisors, they ran on fiscal responsibility. $2,200 a day to keep the park open is going to be quite a fiscal responsibility. That's to start with. And I think the board, the people here, very naive if you don't think they're going to come and say, we need more money. $800,000 to keep it open now, that's now. And they say that's in 10 years. That's going to escalate. That's going to go way, way over that. As far as the fire, in the mitigation, SEIR, they were going to put roads, fuel breaks, shaded fuel breaks. Placer Land Trust says no. The Planning Commission said we'd like to see those. They come back the next meeting, said no, we're not going to have those. And then where they have the shaded fuel break on a Taylor Preserve is probably the most wide open piece of property on the whole thing. There's no trees. That's their shaded fuel break. That's pretty good. As far as going to the backcountry, do they have rights to go across Country Club Lane into Liberty Ranch? Legally, that's a gated community. You just can't go across it. As far as developing, it's not zoned. Placer Land Trust bought the property so it would stay conservative, so it would stay one piece. They could not build on it. And they didn't, the people that sold it to them were very naive and said they were going to keep it as a park for Docent led hikes, Cub Scouts, this kind of stuff. They never had any idea that it was going to go public park. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Didion, they're spinning their graves. I leased both those properties for 26 years and the Taylor Preserve for 46 years. What a change. You know, we came here and it's been our whole life. But it's going to change, that's the way it's going to go. But it's not going to be good for any of us in that area. When you come up I-80, you hit Newcastle, it's, whew, I made it. I'm through the hassle. Road rages, you mellow out. That road rage, whew, going to be at Ophir now. It's going to be Auburn. It's going to be North Auburn. Our way of life is gone. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from Group 4? Seeing none, we will.
There's two in
Group 5. Two in Group 5. Okay, thanks. Group 5, please come forward. State your name for the record.
Jan Leonard. I live in Christian Valley, and I come right up and thank you for your time and your efforts, to Andy and Lisa for their time and effort. I border up against the Conservation Corps. And when I moved up here 15 years ago, I was very concerned because it was used as a camp for young men or young women that had issues. I put up an 8-foot wrought iron fence to protect myself. Okay. What I'm hearing, I've been following this project right along. The roads, the fires, the ranchers, the bikers, the horsers, and all of that. Well, let me tell you, I feel that the county has let us all down, because that road, since it's such a problem, and the ranchers really want it as a private road for themselves, they haven't come up with issues how to correct that road. They expect the county to do it. And the county expects to go 50-50 or whatever. In order to make it safe for everybody, it's going to happen. I don't know if anybody is aware of the tremendous influx we are getting from the Bay Area, from Los Angeles, from Oregon, buying our properties up. It is going to increase more than you think because of Zoom and the COVID. It's also going to want people to have recreation area. And this is a perfect place to have a recreation. I guarantee you, if this went to vote to the county, not just Auburn, but to the county, I'm afraid your ranchers will lose. Because it's a handful of ranchers. We're not talking the majority of Auburn or North Auburn. We're talking about a few ranchers that are hanging on to food to the source, or food in mouth, whatever you want to call it. It's going to go. Like everything else is going to change our lives. We have to move forward, not for us. I'm 80 years old. But I want to see the younger generation, the younger families, to enjoy the open space, to enjoy taking their little toddlers on a bicycle path or a carriage or whatever. Yes, the roads have to be helped. The fires are going to be there all over. I got CCC behind me. It's a disaster. Every year I threaten to bring the bee in because it's a fire trap. I have done all my share of cleaning my property. But with them, it doesn't happen. Oh, they gave me 5-foot clearance this year. Whoopee! And then they got mad because I blow leaves on their property. I blow leaves because I keep the weeds down. Anyway, that's getting off. I think this project should go forward. I don't think putting the responsibility on you as board members to be guilty for people that have killed themselves on Highway 49 going to Grass Valley and Newcastle. So do your best and think of the future of Auburn. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there one more person from Group 5?
I was already Group 5, I cheated.
So now we'll go to our Zoom call.
Chance, go ahead and give your comments, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Chance Falcons. I'm an attorney at the law office of Bridget Barnes & Associates. Our office is representing the interests of members of the Auburn Valley Community Service District and members of the Auburn Valley Property Owners Association. Our office has submitted multiple letters outlining our concerns with aspects of the Hidden Falls expansion project. And at this point, those concerns are still present. First and foremost, fire safety has been at the center of the public planning process. However, staff at this point has failed to legitimately try and solve or address the fundamental issues of wildfire evacuation and safety in the surrounding area. After the October 22nd Planning Commission meeting, we expected staff to produce updated wildfire evacuation plans for the surrounding area. Even with the proposal of the reduced project, the influx of people in the area made this a legitimate wildfire safety concern. Staff responded with a vegetation management plan and a park evacuation plan, which dances around the actual issue of evacuating Placer County citizens surrounding the park in a wildfire event. An independent traffic study was conducted by Prism Engineering. That traffic engineering study reviewing the SCRAR came to the conclusion that the current infrastructure and evacuation plan is wholly inadequate to support and protect Placer County residents in the surrounding area in a wildfire situation. At this point, staff has still not addressed this independent study or the public's concern regarding wildfire safety and evacuation of residents. Our office is recommending that the board table this item until there is a legitimate plan to protect Placer County citizens in the surrounding area in the event of a wildfire. The second point our office has continued to stress is that although this project has been reduced in size in regard to parking, there's no limit on park access to patrons. The entire north part of the project, the Harvigo Bear River Preserve, is open for public use. And even though staff has stressed in the review documents that the Catola Ranch Road entry point to the preserve will not be a public access point, they have cited no effective plan for actually deterring the public from accessing the preserve from Catola Ranch Road. When the public gets tired of having to access the Harvigo Preserve from Twilight Ride access point, they will begin to access the preserve from Catola Ranch Road and Auburn Valley Road. And no amount of public information, social media presence, or cooperation with Google or Apple Maps will stop trail users from easy access to those northern trails. Public use of the Catola access points heightens fire safety concerns and directly affects the private property rights of the AVPOA. Again, we recommend that the board table this item until staff has worked with members of the Auburn Valley Service District and AVPOA to put into place a plan to effectively deter the public from using the Catola access point, such as gates maintained by the AVPOA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Bob?
My name's, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name's Bob Gilliam. I'm a 37-year resident of Auburn and North Auburn and a member of Placer Land Trust, Placer Trails, and Placer Farm Bureau. I'm speaking for Placer Trails, a coalition of trail groups with over 4,000 members who support the trail expansion project. The reduced project proposed by county parks for implementation is a compromise between the full project in the EIR originally supported by Placer Trails and elimination of the project as sought by neighborhood opponents. The reduced project is similar to the least impact alternative in the EIR, but has even less impact on the environment in the neighborhood. It reduces parking and traffic by more than 60% and eliminates public access at Cotola Ranch Road. County traffic engineers project the level of service and safety on the area roads to be acceptable. In fact, there'll be no more traffic added by the reduced project than if the trail expansion projects had instead been developed to the level allowed by current zoning. At the request of the Planning Commission, the county provided detailed information on several topics of potential concern in addition to traffic, including wildfires and compatibility of grazing and trail use. The Commission's questions were thoroughly addressed as the Commission stated in recommending approval of the project. Fire officials described how the project will improve response to wildfires. CAL FIRE data on fires show that trails are not a major cause of wildfires and that more likely causes are debris burning and equipment use. Decades of experience with trails on grazing lands in California show successful coexistence. Listen to the experts, not the fears. Placer Trails supports the reduced project as a reasonable compromise that will substantially reduce neighborhood impacts while still opening up a much needed new network of multi-use trails. The Parks Commission and Planning Commission agreed. The project will create a truly unique trail system in the foothills of Placer County. The County Park and Trail Master Plan survey showed 91% public support for more trails and open space. Trails have proven economic and health benefits. The county has invested more than $7 million in taxpayer funds through a 15-year public process to acquire land and trail easements in the expansion area. Now the taxpaying public deserves access. And fortunately, the county has already been awarded over a $3 million state grant to fund the new trailhead at Twilight Ride. We urge your certification of the EIR and approval of the reduced project and modified conditional use permit. This is your chance to leave a one-of-a-kind legacy for now and for generations to come. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Michael, please go ahead and mute your mic and give your comments.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. It's Mike Garabedian for Placer County Tomorrow. I'm going to give a brief introduction, make a few points, and go right to page 88 of the staff report. If you can remember that, there are 88 keys on the piano. We should be able to get there together shortly. So this area is in the Placer County Conservation Program Reserve Area, the general plan for agriculture. Williamson Act preserves are there, Williamson Act contracts, and it's a successful farming community that is right now compatible with the natural resources of grasslands, wetland areas, oak woodlands, and so forth. A couple quick points. Grasslands can sequester carbon at a higher rate than forest. It's not dealt with at all in the documents for this. And this is a modified project. The Board of Supervisors change plans at will. This can't commit a future board not to do something or to do something. Now, I call this a hopscotch, not a Hidden Falls Park. It's a hopscotch park because you hop from Garden Bar over to east of Twilight Ride and north to the hill area and north to that. It represents quite obviously hopscotch, fragmented, unplanned development of a park without having any idea how to access it and get the kind of access that it demands. So let's go to a lot of other points I would make are made. Let's look at page 88 of the staff report plan. We're talking about the middle 4 paragraphs of that page. The first paragraph. This talked about public review prior to July 2020 for the vehicle mile travel. Well, gee, we just missed that, didn't we? Why can't we do that? But that's not a key point. That it clearly says that the Metropolitan Transportation Sustainable Community Strategy does not results in significant impact on this. It doesn't meet it. Now, here's the key finding. If you remember anything, this is the sentence. This is what you would be putting your names to if you approve this. The Board of Supervisors finds that there are no feasible changes or alteration that could be incorporated into the reduced project to avoid the significant environmental effect as identified in the final environmental document. Beginning of the next paragraph, mitigation measures for this impact are limited. Most mitigation measures that reduce VMT have low to negligible impacts in rural areas. The only feasible mitigation is reservation, they say. So therefore, this is significant and unavoidable. Now, this may work for CEQA determination, but the health and welfare of the people is what, the residents is what your responsible is here. You cannot rely on overriding considerations. The consideration here that you are being asked to override is quite clearly the health and welfare of the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget to read 88.
Valerie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Good evening. My name is Valerie Vanderlinden. I have been a resident of Auburn for 22 years now, 22 years of my life, going on 23. I have always used Hidden Falls just, to get outside, interact with nature, ride horses. As you could probably assume by my age, the past year recently started working full time. So I really have been seeing just how important it is for people, especially myself, to get outside away from my devices. I work remotely, staring at my computer for 8 hours, sometimes 10 hours a day. Obviously, COVID-19 is even more important. And with my generation, Gen Z, we make up over 50% of the population in the U.S. As we start having kids, we will need bigger parks, more parking, even more trailheads in order to allow for our future generations, my kids, my grandkids, to engage in healthy activities such as hiking, biking, horseback riding. And these healthy activities actually give the option to slow down, alleviate some stress that we're incurring. And around 58% of Gen Z experiencing depression and anxiousness, it's imperative that we have the opportunity to engage in these healthy activities for the sake of our mental health. I know something also was mentioned about, we're not South Lake Tahoe, we're not this, we're not that. We may not be South Lake Tahoe, but we are, as also mentioned, the endurance capital of the world. We have a role to play with that title, and that role, we do, reap the benefits of holding that title across the entire world. Auburn, we're such a small community in comparison to other communities around the world. And, it's huge that we get to play that role. And I think we have a responsibility with that, making this expansion more of a need than a want. I also think it's unfair to tell the board that life's loss will be on their hands. To say that really does not show integrity. It shows desperation and an inability to accept change and progress in your own community. So I would like to urge the board to push this plan through. I think it's going to be great for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cherie, go ahead and give your comments. Unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, hi. This evening we've heard a lot from the neighbors, and that's to be expected. Every national park that was created, all the neighbors protested and didn't want it. But fortunately, we moved forward with the greater good, and we made those national parks, and they're some of the greatest treasures of our country. And that's true with the parks in our communities. What really sets our communities apart is the open space and the recreation that we create. And there's 420,000 residents in Placer County. And it is unfortunate that some people don't want this in their neighborhood. But in the report done by the county employees, over and over, what the residents said is we want more open space and we want more recreation. And this project seems to meet those needs. And we've heard a lot about fire also from the residents. But the thing that we learned from the report and the thing we learned from CAL FIRE is that actually the park will reduce the risk of fire to those homeowners. And as CAL FIRE said, 90% of fires are really started by people. It's not people hiking or riding a bike or a horse. It's people in a home. It's in homes where the fires start. Chainsaw use, weed eaters, and the Tubbs fire that burned all the way from Calistoga to Santa Rosa and burned down Santa Rosa was not started by PG&E. It was started at a home. And so once we decided as a county to let people build homes in rural areas, we've kind of said we're going to accept fire risk. And so having this park actually is going to reduce the risk of fire to those homes. And there's been lots of new homes out there, but I didn't see a lot of these residents coming to the planning meeting saying, oh no, that will increase my risk of fire. So I'm not sure how relevant that it really is as a concern. And I know one of the Board of Supervisors mentioned the concern about cell service. And I'll just remind you that most of Yosemite, tens of millions of people go there every year. There's almost no cell service. And, Point Reyes National Park, the only place there's cell service in the whole park is right at the visitor station. So it's not uncommon in big parks, even national parks, that there's no cell service. And then there's the concept of having the cattle continue on the land. And this is not a new thing. Point Reyes National Park, for the 40 years I've lived in Northern California, have always had cattle. Several of the East Bay parks have cattle. And so it's common and well known that this is not really an issue. The cattle do what they do great and keeping the vegetation down, and people don't seem to disturb the cattle. I just have to say that the county has done such a fabulous job. The employees obviously have worked so hard to mitigate a lot of concerns that have been expressed, and a decade of difficult work and lots of diplomacy to make this a reality for the 420 residents of Placer County. I strongly encourage that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Craig, go ahead and give your comments. Technical difficulties on his side. Amber, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Board of Supervisors. This is Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I've lived in Placer County the past 10 plus years. I just wanted to share a few comments about the Hidden Falls project. As an avid hiker and a person that values both passive and active use conservation of land, I do see that this reduced project that's before you does have benefit to the public. And importantly, I'm a big believer that when people get to experience nature, they're actually more likely to advocate to protect more. I can't speak to the local road issues, but I do understand the concerns of traffic congestion and fire safety, and believe that it could impact the rural ag feel of that area, which the neighbors have represented, and it should be taken into consideration. I think the concerns of adjacent neighbors should be considered not as NIMBY, but because they do understand that rural aspect, and once it's lost, it is hard to get back. My original concerns when I engaged in the public review process for this project were how this project would be long-term funded. I also had concerns about recreational hunting and then motorized vehicle use. And probably most importantly, just ensuring that wildlife aren't adversely impacted by more people being there. It sounds like from tonight's presentation that the concerns of funding has been resolved and that it would come from grants and general funded over the next 10 years. Andy and Lisa have said in a couple of workshops that I've attended that motorized vehicles such as ATVs would not be allowed on the trails, which is good, and that there would be no recreational hunting, only depredation hunting in conjunction with CDFW. I also had thought about the idea of docent-led hikes in the more remote Bear River areas, and it sounds like this option of wilderness permits seems like a viable way to kind of manage that. So I believe there is another benefit, and I did mention it earlier, that hasn't really been vocalized, and it's not just about the want of more trails. But I do think that projects like this in protection of open space, it really enables people to experience nature in a way that could benefit and lead to more conservation initiatives in the future. And not only just for wildland conservation and open space, but then people can actually understand and respect agricultural and rural areas. And maybe it could lead to more conservation of that as well. So I do think it's important to move forward with the protection of this land with the Placer Land Trust and enable some level of public access. It's a difficult decision. Maybe there's an option of a phased approach. Maybe you could do the parking lot expansion with docent hiking in the backcountry in the wilderness area, but reduce the number of visitors per day, or have days where there's no visitors allowed. I'm not sure. Maybe a phase 2 could expand to this project that's before you. I'm not advocating for or against the project. I just do believe that people experiencing nature enables more protection. So that I do believe in and support. And thank you for the opportunity to provide input.
Thank you.
Peter, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Peter, unmute your mic and give your comments. Diana, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, Diana Boyer, and I'm with the Auburn Trails Alliance, and we support the draft SCIR. We appreciate the hard work of Placer County staff to add numerous mitigations to the proposed environmental review. ATA represents equestrians, bikers, hikers, and generally anyone that supports and enjoys Auburn area trails. We believe the proposal strikes a good balance and aligns with the Placer County's vision to improve the quality of life for Auburn area residents. The pandemic has heightened the need to attend to disparities in access and open space and recreational opportunities. We need more trails and increased access to those trails for health, mental health, well-being for all. On the issue of fire, and I know you've been hearing about this all night, but I would just urge you to let the record and history stand on this issue. There simply is no increased fire risk, and the history on the use of Hidden Falls to date has shown that hikers, equestrians, bikers are not going to add to the fire risk. We do also believe that it is the responsibility of the area residents to keep a responsible, defensible space around their homes. These are public lands. It's been no secret for many years now that the goal was to preserve this space and to give access to those of us who are taxpayers to access those lands. I am an Auburn resident. I've been here for 16 years. I have 2 young children, and we have enjoyed the trails in Hidden Falls for over the many years that we've been here. This plan is scaled back, it's reasonable, and it's fair. Farming and trails can coexist, and they do all over the country. For this reason, the ATA urges your support. Thank you.
Heidi, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings. This is Heidi Hansen. I live in rural Lincoln, about 5 to 10 minute drive from Hidden Falls. I am a member of Placer Trails Association, Gold Country Trails Council. I'm a member and past president of Placer Nevada Cattlewomen, and a current member and past treasurer of Placer County Farm Bureau. I'm here to share my support for Hidden Falls Trail Expansion Project and to provide a perspective on how this project will continue to support agriculture in Placer County. Contrary to what some of the folks opposing the expansion have been stating, combining livestock grazing and public recreation on open rural lands can be successfully achieved. In materials provided by Placer Trails to you board members, there are detailed commentaries from land and range managers throughout California attesting to the successful combination of livestock grazing mixed with public recreational use in multiple regions. These testimonials include historical evidence supporting multiple years' experience with either no negative incidents between livestock and park users or only minor non-injury incidents. Further, the few incidents were limited and quickly remedied. As an aside, not last Sunday, but the Sunday before, I was out riding at Spenceville Wildlife Area behind Camp Far West, and where I have ridden for at least 20 to 25 years, there was about 60 cow-calf pairs out there. And it was fun. They looked fat and happy. My horse gave them a couple looks, and some of the mama cows gave her a couple looks, and we rode right on through. It was wonderful. The expansion project will also complement the evolving face of agriculture in Placer County. Over the past 2 decades, the county has made room and supported younger farmers with new ideas and new ways of working their land and marketing their produce or livestock, often directly to the consumer, and welcome the public to our rural neighborhoods. Visitors to this park expansion will probably also at times stop at some of the now roadside farmers markets that you can find all over our county, which are also wonderful. Finally, welcoming the public to the expanded trails will provide them firsthand knowledge of the wonderful ranch and farmland that exists surrounding the park and how precious it is. Placer County farmers and ranchers, unfortunately, in recent years, have been greatly incented to sell out to developers when they don't either have a competitive ranch or farm business anymore, or if their families or heirs don't want to continue farming or ranching. If more of the public becomes aware of this agricultural area, they are more likely to support future programs to protect the farm and ranch land to keep out developers' hands, who will gladly turn it into a sea of beige stucco houses behind cinder block walls. And I do live in Lincoln, and I give you Highway 193 right outside the city limits, and what that gorgeous Fiore Ranch now looks like, with big cinder block walls and massive beige stucco houses going up. So please, let's not miss this opportunity to leave a better place to our children. And again, as one last aside, I was riding yesterday at Hidden Falls. It was glorious. And as I was leaving, number one, when I was going in, not one other car was on mirrors. And I got there at 8 a.m. And when I left right around noon, there was only one other car on mirrors. And as I was leaving, 2 Ubers drove up. 3 moms with 5 little kids got out to go hiking for the day. So I think it's wonderful that someone who doesn't probably even have a car to bring their kids there can still come to Hidden Falls. Thank goodness for Uber. So thank you, and I do hope you will support this whole project. I appreciate your time.
Bonnie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for having me on. I'm just getting my screen. Can you hear okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, so my name is Bonnie McInturf, and I'm a resident on Lone Star. I've only been here for a couple of years, but I used to be a resident of Roseville, and I used to dream about moving up to Auburn someday so I could go hiking as often as I wanted to without the drive. I used to come here for hikes and really enjoy it and think, man, I just wish I could live there and just be surrounded by that someday. So I'm super grateful to be here now, and I appreciate all the trails that I have access to. But what I wanted to say was, and also I wanted to point out, Ken and a couple of other speakers have made a really good point about people being given a chance to appreciate the area and the resulting interest in protecting our natural areas. So I do agree with the overall spirit of the project. However, I do have concerns about the intersection of Grass Valley Highway and Lone Star and Kramer and some of the other roads that were mentioned, and the insufficiency of those intersections, along with the other traffic issues that have been mentioned. I'd like to echo the thoughts of the gentleman a few speakers back, and in saying that I feel overall, having heard everyone's comments, I haven't been to the 20 or 25 meetings that have been going on, but hearing everyone speak, I'd like to echo the thought that all of this is sort of placing an unfair burden of the costs of the project on the people surrounding the trailheads. And I feel that the burden of those costs are out of proportion to the benefit that is being experienced by the whole of Auburn and the whole of the area. And I'm optimistic that we can find a way forward. I would like to see the project move forward, but I just feel like enough hasn't been done to address the concerns of the people who are just really bearing the immediate costs of this project. And my question for you, it's more of I realize this is a comment time, it's not a discussion, but my question is there a way we could come up with a more fair way to move forward that just won't serve the good of the whole without trampling the rights of the local property owners? Because like I said, I really hope this can move forward, but I don't want to endanger the local property owners not being able to, and I realize the fire issue has kind of been addressed. I don't see trail goers lighting a whole bunch of fires, but I do have egress concerns in terms of the quality of the roads and the ability to evacuate large numbers of people. I do have concerns there. And just, you move out to the country to have privacy and experience all the benefits of the country. And I feel like some of those residents are unfairly being asked to give those up now without a proportionate benefit to them. So thank you very much. I know this is a really difficult decision, and I'm just really happy that everyone's optimistic and that we even want to set aside land for this. But I'm just really want to express concern moving forward. Thank you.
G. Spears, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Spears, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. David Nash, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
I'm Dave Nash. I've been living here in the Placer County area for about 15 years and often really enjoy the trails, the many trails up in the foothills. I've myself and many of those around me have experienced healing and recovery and found much peace in that environment. And just wanted to speak up for a moment in support of this project. I believe that it's going to be good for our community, both economically and also for the wellness of our community. So just want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for spending all this time to hear us. And thank you for voting to approve this important project that's big investment in the future of our county, both in our wellness and our economic future. Thank you.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, thank you. Cheryl Berkema. I live in Granite Bay, so I don't live in the direct area. I'm a proponent of, in general, of the outdoors, trails, but I did want to bring up fire. I'd like to mention there were 8,200 fires with 4.3 million acres burned in 2020. Northern California had the largest one, and Napa and Sonoma area, this is the second time they burned. So I don't think that your crystal ball in general, anyone's, is better than the people that would have done what they could have to prevent that from happening. So I would say that the project is also about mitigation. And I think that District 3 voted and they would not even accept another tax in terms of fire. And these are people that are worried about fire. So I would say that the undue burden to the people that live in the area and to Placer County residents in general, VMT has been avoided by Placer Planning. And that's evident in the fact that it wasn't done for the wineries and it wasn't included. There was no cumulative analysis. You heard the Public Works kind of tap dance around, oh, rural isn't really, well, I'd like to mention 2 rural places that you could look at. Tahoe is one of them. This year, there were people at the slopes and it took hours, multiple hours to go a few miles. The same is true with Apple Hill. Many people I know don't even go to Apple Hill anymore. It's become such like 1 million visitors a year. I would hate to see that happen to Auburn, and especially without proper mitigation. There's $3 billion in roads that are not funded, and we all know that the funding, if and when it comes in, is going to go to Sunset Area Ranch and or Tahoe. It's not going to go to a lot of the local communities. I've lived in Granite Bay for over 20 years, and we still don't have a proper bike trail on Eureka. It's not going to happen. So I would urge the mitigations happen first rather than afterwards, and that the mitigation, it's about project mitigation, not good and evil. And I think that you've heard from multiple people that the roads aren't mitigated, fire isn't mitigated, the people's quality of life has not been mitigated, and I would hope that you could come to a better understanding. And in general, why would the people of Placer County want to bear the burden of something that more potential users from out of the area are going to take rather than people within Placer County? I truly believe it will become an Apple Hill. The locals won't even be able to go there anymore. It'll become Wine Trail to Hidden Falls expansion. And I think that we can do better with more proper analysis of some of the cumulative effects in the area. Thank you.
Caller at the phone number ending in 3380. Please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Kelly Altina. I live off of Bell Road behind Viña Castellano Winery. I wanted to let you know that the Placer County analysis of Hidden Falls Expansion Park project fails to look at costs today and tomorrow. Today, the cost per visitor at Hidden Falls is $5.75. 80,000 visitors is $460,000 annual operations expense. Should the Hidden Falls expansion be approved, the annual visitor numbers will double to 160,000 and operation costs increase to $1,018,000 per year as per Placer County staff. The cost per visitor will increase to $6.37. Assuming a moderate 5% increase in operation costs each year, at year 10, the cost per visitor will be $10.36. In year 20, it will be $16.10. The county will have spent $33 million in operation costs alone between 2021 and 2040 if this project is approved. My question to you as county supervisors is this affordable to the county? Is this a fair, equitable, and appropriate use of county funds as the project primarily serves overwhelmingly white affluent users? As an aside, because the Placer County staff has not developed a management plan with guidelines and triggers for county intervention for illegal entry, biodiversity, environmental effect impact, and actual annual operating costs are likely significantly underestimated. This project, despite the county's investment in it to date, should not go forward. Sometimes, through the planning and public hearing process, we learn that a project is simply not a good idea. I would like my comments to be included in this meeting's minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Peter MacRossi. I'm on the board
on the board of directors of Fat Track, the Folsom Auburn Trail Riders Action Coalition. Fat Track strongly supports the reduced project as a compromise. Trails are just a huge asset to our communities. As many of you previously commented tonight, in the last year, trail use has really expanded due to COVID. I'd like to thank all of the trail user groups working together this amazing project. It's great to see hikers, equestrians, trail runners, and mountain bikers working together collaboratively on a fantastic common goal. Fat Track's core function is to build and maintain local trails. Our volunteers have enjoyed providing trail work at Hidden Falls in the past for and with Placer County. We've also raised almost $18,000 in grants from REI and other companies to assist the county with park and trail improvements. This type of activity goes beyond simply riding the existing trails. It provides opportunities for trail stewardship that make communities proud. Not only do we build trails, we also provide brushing in areas of the trails we support. We've led numerous work days side by side with ASRA. We're looking forward to doing more of the same with Placer County. These volunteers, their families and friends will benefit from the Hidden Falls Trails expansion project, which will add a significant number of trail miles near communities that value and use the trails. In conclusion, Fat Track and the mountain biking community that we represent totally believe in the public benefit of moving forward with the expansion of Hidden Falls, and that this amazing, unique open space should be accessible to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Craig, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Craig. Craig Peterson, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm from El Dorado Hills. My name is Craig Peterson. First, I'd like to commend the county staff and others for the very obvious, diligent, and very detailed planning for this park. If one just reads the 327 pages posted for this meeting, there's good evidence that there's been a lot of work done to address concerns and to mitigate concerns that have been raised about this project. But I'd like to address a concern I heard raised this evening and also at other meetings on this topic, and that's the one of regarding Placer County citizens paying property taxes to fund this park that out-of-county visitors don't pay. Is that fair? Well, as a resident of El Dorado Hills, who also uses Hidden Falls, which I did today, I don't pay any property taxes within the county. However, my wife and I have contributed very significantly to the trails, both at Hidden Falls and throughout Placer County. We've donated well over $1,000 to the Placer Land Trust. We've worked dozens of hours in trail development and maintenance in both Hidden Falls and the proposed expansion. We've also worked hundreds of hours over the last 30 plus years on trails within the Auburn State Recreation Area, benefiting the tax-paying Placer County residents. Additionally, my family has spent thousands of dollars in Placer County while visiting the trails in the area, providing tax dollars to the county and income for Placer County businesses. I would add that I am not unique as an out-of-county visitor. I have dozens of out-of-county friends who not only spend when they come to use your trails, but they have spent several hundred combined hours working on trails within Placer County. Lastly, I'd point out that I and my friends are far from unique either in these practices. Thousands of Placer County residents visit my county to enjoy our trails, spend money in our county, and dozens actually help build and maintain our trails. Why? Because of the larger community, that's how trail use works, as well as other shared public recreational resources. As you can tell, I'm in favor of passing the amended, reduced plan to expand the Hidden Falls project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Spears, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Spears, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Okay. Public comment is complete.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board, close the public comment. Does staff have any closing comments or additional things that they think needs to be conveyed to the board?
I think at this time we would wait for questions, and I'll advance slides as anybody might want them.
Thank you, Andy. Are there any further questions, first of all, by colleagues? Cindy.
Sure, Andy, come on up. I had a few questions that have come up either in written comment or emails or in public testimony tonight, or this afternoon and tonight. There's been discussion on the illegal use that's occurring already and increased crime statistics. Do we have any evidence of those? Can you?
I can speak to our observations at Hidden Falls, and I don't dispute that there is some folks trying to get in on the expansion areas. What we do bring, though, at Hidden Falls is we do bring Ranger Patrol. When we first bought the property at Hidden Falls, there was a problem with camping. There were illegal miners on the creek. There were pot growers. We picked up a lot of black pipe and got those folks out of there, and they haven't come back. So I think we have a pretty good track record of our presence in the property having a beneficial aspect to it, as well as if there's a potential downside, I think there's definitely a potential upside as well. And what we propose as we go to the new property is also to bring that Ranger Patrol. Now, your board has quite a bit of different authority options in the toolbox, I could say. One would be the public recreation ordinance and how we enforce it. We do have a provision already in the public recreation ordinance that you may only enter parks through the designated entrances, so we could cite under that. We can... Our current protocols today are that our rangers do patrols. They issue notices of violation, but not with infractions that are enforceable by fines. If they run into a situation that requires that, they interface with the sheriff's office for those events. So we propose to bring that with us to the new park, and our rangers today, as well as just patrol within the park, they also go outside of the park during their shifts. They look at what's going on in the roads around the park. And so we would offer that as we go forward.
Do you have statistics? You said they issue citations or call in the sheriffs when need be. How often is that happening?
I don't have statistics on those things. I don't.
Okay. Secondly, there was several comments tonight that the staff never met with the neighbors during this process of the last 3 or 4 years. So I wanted to hear from staff what you did there.
We have met with neighbors who have been willing to meet with us. We met with the Country Club Lane Homeowners Association. We've met with folks at Auburn Valley. We have met with Protect Rural Placer on a number of occasions, and we have invited more opportunity to meet with them. And they have not come forward and agreed to meet with us. But we have, even since October, we've reached out to them several times to come and talk, and still propose. One of the conversations we had with one of the Protect Rural Placer leaders not too long ago was, what about after this meeting, would you be willing to meet with us and talk about issues in the neighborhood today? Which we said, yes, absolutely. We would be ready. We would be willing and want to put something on the calendar, regardless of the decision, to meet with them after today.
Okay. And then I also received an email regarding potential fencing or vegetative screening around the parking area to block views of the parking area. Is that something that the staff has considered at all?
That would be part of the plans. So we've set the parking area in the first place as far away from view as possible. It's not out of view of everybody, but it's set back as far as it can be within the 50-acre Twilight Ride parcel. There would be planting screening around it, as well as buffer fencing between us and that and the nearest neighbor. So for people's curiosity to getting too close to they have goats and pigs on the neighbor's property, we want to give some buffer between our parking lot, so keep well-intended curiosity away from their animals.
Okay. And then one other question I have might go to Ken on traffic or Stephanie. I think this is more on mitigations and safety. In some areas of the county, we've used flashing signs for speed warnings and those sorts of things. Has that been considered at all on any of these roads? I know they're not ideal in some situations, but it sounds like we have an existing problem with speed and navigating curves on these roads.
And absolutely an opportunity to look at that or to do that. Normally we go and respond to something that happens, because if we start putting a lot of signs up, sometimes people don't appreciate the potential for sign blight. So we're typically a little reactive, but I think, as Andy talked about, I do believe this will be, if we move forward, it will be an ongoing discussion. We will need to talk frequently, particularly when we first open the park, about those things that we don't think about. I think people are right. There will be things we don't think about, and we're going to have to address, and we're committed to doing that. But normally we would do it as part of see what happens and then deal with it.
Great. I think that was my final question that I wrote down, was adaptive management. I mean, obviously, whatever decision is made tonight, I want county staff always to be working with our constituents on addressing problems, whether it's a project we're in front of us today, or, as you know, many projects that already exist or issues that already exist in our communities. And I just want to make sure that we're using everything in our toolbox to address issues, both at the existing Mears parking lot as well as any future decisions we make tonight.
I think that's a great point, and a point that on our phone call with one of the Protect Rural Placer folks just last week, they had the same request of us, and we have committed to meeting with them, probably right, especially as you're coming up to that point when you're about to open, and then after you initially open. That's the most important time to be meeting more often, but it will be a continuing saga, just what we see everywhere. It's a continuous discussion about how we adaptively manage.
Okay, and then I guess following up on that, I'd made one other note, which is there anything that would prevent us from issuing closures more frequently by taking the state money? If we found that there were some issues we couldn't address, could we close? Is that an opportunity if the weekends are too busy, or if there's overuse or problems we haven't dealt with, or traffic safety?
I think the state would definitely have an interest to ensure that we're maintaining some level of responsible public use. I think, and even our proposed agreement with the land trust also talks about, hey, if there's overuse or areas that are getting damaged, the habitat values are being damaged, we will need to make adjustments for that. That might mean closing portions of the park, portions of the trail. Those are all on the table. We will, though, when we do things that eliminate public access and we're taking money in exchange, we will have to talk to the state and the funders to make sure they're okay with any of those types of things we do. They're usually pretty reasonable.
Okay. Well, we have a lot to talk about tonight, but I wanted to make sure I understood what tools we had available now and what we would be willing to do. Finally, I thought of one more, sorry. Firewise community. Is this area out there involved in any of our Firewise communities? And if not, can we help those residents? Because regardless of what we do with this property, a Firewise community in that area would be very critical.
And I'll probably turn over to either Andy or our fire if they're aware if this community is.
I'm not aware that it is currently, and I don't believe it is, but obviously that is something that we encourage, and through the North Auburn Fire Safe Council and the shop there, we're totally happy to engage and make sure that they're pointed in the right direction to assist with that.
Whether or not we approve a project tonight, the idea that we're property owners, we should be urging a fire-wise community and working with the neighbors to protect their properties as well as the county assets there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We highly encourage and support fire-wise communities.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson, I formed the North Auburn Ophir Fire Safe Council last year or maybe 2 years ago. They haven't got very much done because Placer Rural, Protect Rural Placer has been taking over the meetings. And so, well, they've had quite an impact on their meetings. So anyhow, I'm looking forward to getting that back and doing more fire-wise communities in North Auburn Ophir.
I agree. And regardless, again, whether or not we do a project or not, we should be urging those. We own the land. We need to be good stewards as well.
Okay, let's go. Jim, you had your light on, then Suzanne, then Bonnie. Do you have questions or Jim?
Oh,
yeah,
thank you. I have a question about the Rangers. Andy, do we contract with Ranger Service? Is there like an Acme Ranger Service that we contract with, or is there?
We do. The company name is California Land Management.
Oh, okay. And are they have a background in this type of?
They do. They manage campgrounds and this sort of thing throughout at least Northern California, and I know now Arizona.
So how many Rangers are assigned to the present Hidden Falls?
So on weekends and holidays when we have parking reservations, they have overlapping shifts that total 18 hours per day. And then during the weekdays, they have a single, I believe, 8-hour shift that roves sometimes. So they try to be there during the times of day when the most people are there and they're needed the most.
Okay, thank you.
And Andy, just to map onto that, that's the same firm that we started with when we first decided to use Rangers, correct? Or is it?
They've been with us the entire time. That's right.
Thanks. Suzanne.
Yeah, I have some questions, a couple questions. I've heard a lot of comments about the traffic concerns with the existing roads, and having been up there on a tour, it seems like quite a number of the roads are not legally wide enough to put the stripe down the center of the road. I'm not speaking about Bell, but yeah.
Well, Ken being our traffic.
So my question is, what can we do to ease the community's concerns? Because that has to be a huge concern. I mean, we've already talked about horse trailers and those things, but what about a fire engine, fire truck?
Sure.
Can they manage those roads?
Well, as far as manage, I mean, can those roads be widened? Obviously, our rural roads can be widened if people choose and want to do that. It is expensive, but what we normally find is most people normally like living on those narrow, lower roads. When we widen roads, people tend to drive faster. And so we don't find many people want that. Could it be explored? Absolutely. Typically in our county, when you have a road, I believe it's like less than 22 feet, we will not put in a center line, and you need to be 24 feet plus before we'll put a center line with a fog line. And that's just to make sure we don't have people are aware that they're staying on their side of the road.
Right.
We have lots of roads like that. It can be changed. It can be widened. It is a very expensive endeavor.
Right.
But if people wanted that, we could look to see how we can make that happen, particularly through our resurfacing program. It is unusual for us to slowly widen roads over time.
Right. Do you think that would ease concerns about fire, in the event there are fires, or fighting the fires as well as evacuation? It seemed to be a lot of the concerns with the locals.
I'm not to say if someone had an extra foot or two, would that make them feel better or have a little more room? I think perhaps some would feel more comfortable with that. But I would warn also for those, because I also heard concerns about speeds and people driving maybe not the way they want them to drive. There is a trade-off. It wouldn't be pluses and minuses.
Right. But you said you'd be willing to meet with the community and discuss those issues?
If there is an interest over time about widening roads, we can definitely talk about that. Not real wide, probably just minor types of things.
Right.
I think that might be doable,
Okay.
or at least on some of them.
Okay, and then one of my other concerns is about the safety impacts on community. With I've got emails from constituents as well. They've gone. These are people around the Mears Park entrance. That when there have been times when as many as 500 cars perhaps have been turned away, and a lot of people, if they travel hours to get to their destination, are probably not likely to turn around and go back home again. So with that, neighbors have had their cars broken into, they've been robbed and vandalized, and mailboxes torn down and garbage put in them, and strangers coming to their door at night when their parties have abandoned them, asking for a ride home. And 500 cars a day, you're right, speeding cars, trespassing on their property, crashing into their gates, whether it's accidentally, probably because people can't drive, and just things like that. So I know in the report they talked about having, depending on the sheriff and the highway patrol, to support them in mitigating some of this traffic. But at my MAC meeting last week, we had a report from the highway patrol up in Auburn, and my constituents were asking, can you come and patrol Granite Bay in our areas? And he told us that right now they're so understaffed that they could not come and patrol. So if they can't come and patrol a larger populated area, what's the likelihood you're going to be able to get highway patrol to patrol up there when people complain about cars parking on private property?
So we have gotten support. Now, first off, the 500, I think, is going back to the 2016,
yeah, I agree. That's
where I think your board heard that and directed us to start making some changes, and we've done that. Doesn't mean there aren't still issues that happen periodically, but much, much less. As far as getting support out, there's not enough highway patrolmen to be out on every road all the time, and they're pretty clear about saying that. When we do find problem areas, though, they have been very great, actually, about going out and doing a targeted enforcement when we have something that, between 7 and 8 or on a weekend when these people are doing whatever.
Right.
They have worked with us on that, and I think they'll continue to do so. But we do have to realize they have limited resources, but they're actually very excellent to work with. We just have to realize they have limited resources.
Right, and I think with the Placer County Sheriff as well, I mean, they've told us that they don't write traffic tickets. Mm-hmm. So you probably don't get any support there. But if crimes are committed, you get support there, correct?
In general, on county unincorporated roadways, the CHP is the enforcing agent for traffic violations. Sheriff would typically handle criminal types of infractions. I guess criminal's the right word. But.
They're breaking something there, committing a crime. Thank you.
Bonnie.
A couple of questions. The land in that area, what's the primary ag use of the land in that area?
I don't see Josh.
I think it's cattle grazing. And there's Josh. He
there we
he
go.
heard
He
my
came
question.
running. Give him a moment.
Thank you, Josh.
Good evening again. The question again was
the primary ag use in that area, because there's the concern about agriculture not being respected and losing ag use in the area and replacing it with recreation. So I understand the current Hidden Falls Park, that's primarily a recreation area, but there's proposed grazing that would continue on the county land and the Placer Land Trust area as well. And so if grazing is primary use, what am I missing? Especially if we're going to allow more grazing and have contracts for grazing, what's the loss in the agriculture?
Yeah, so the immediate surrounding properties, I would say, are primarily all grazing properties. If you go out just a little farther, counting clear down to Garden Bar and whatnot, as you're well aware, there's an emerging winery industry that is continuing to grow, and so we're getting a number of vineyards as well. That's an expanding form of agriculture. And then you'll get, in addition to the grazing and the vineyards, just a variety of small orchards and vegetable farms and things like that.
So the area, though, that's been set aside, the county land, the land trust land, that's been primarily grazing land, and then the intent is to allow that grazing to continue, correct?
Yes, and that's what I referenced earlier in that we are working with the Parks Department and the ag community to develop a request for proposal to get a new grazing lease for commercial ag production on those properties.
And I ask the question because I think that there's a concern that that we're not pro ag, and I think this county is very much pro agriculture, and we want to see agriculture. We want to see small farms and larger areas being farmed as well as grazed, and it's really important that we continue that grazing. It's a win-win, right? It allows for the ag to continue and also provides fire suppression, et cetera. So I just wanted to clarify because I don't want people thinking that we don't care about agriculture. Like, it's very important in our community. You and your team work really hard to actually help equip people to be able to continue to use their land to benefit ag. So thank you for the answer to that question.
You're welcome.
I have a question maybe for Andy as well as maybe Robert. I don't know, Jim, if you were here when the first Hidden Falls plan came about, right? I'm guessing at that time, what was the public input at that time when Hidden Falls, now it's this gem, and we've been able to manage the challenges of the traffic, and now it's this wonderful gem. What was the input to the public from the public when the original land was set aside for trails and it was opened up?
Well, you were both here and you remember, and I don't want to say anything in my memory that's different than yours, but I would say it was in some ways similar on a smaller scale. There was concerns at the time about traffic, what's going to happen in the neighborhood and things like that. There was also quite a bit of support. So it's similar, I guess, without the memory of the really troublesome times in 2014, 15, 16 that I think are pretty fresh in people's memories today with that legitimate question, how are you going to keep that from happening again? Because we've seen the problems out there, and so we're here saying I believe that we have a good foundation going forward. We've learned a lot. We don't know everything we're going to run into, but we think we've learned a good deal that we can bring forward and ease those concerns that people had legitimately in the 2014-15 era. But I think there is probably a lot more heightened sense from folks today because of that era that we went through.
I'd only add that I would characterize it similarly. It was similar types of interest, but probably a lot quieter because we had never done anything like this before. But then it came in two steps. We acquired the Spears Ranch, which literally didn't have access. But we were right off of the legacy approval, and the primary goal was to preserve open space, hopefully see fewer farms and ranches split up, subdivided. For a range of reasons, we had put legacy in place. But when we bought the Didion property, which provided for where the current parking lot is, then there was more of a similar type of engagement as it related to people who live on the road. And but I would still say that it was pretty quiet overall, fairly supportive.
Comparatively.
Mostly supportive. The biggest controversy we had was when it became so popular, which we did not anticipate, that massive numbers of people started parking on the roads, and we had to address that and adapt our management to those changes. And we added the park ranger service at that time and those kinds of things. Steps, kind of small steps.
Yeah, I agree. It was actually, it was kind of exciting. We had this opportunity to take this beautiful piece of property and open it up for public use, but we had no idea that it was going to be so immensely popular. And we didn't take in, quite frankly, we didn't take into consideration of asking the residents along the way what they thought about it. I'm sure some of them thought this would be great because it'd be close to where they live, but not after everybody started parking in their driveways and up and down Mount Vernon. We got over 100 no parking signs. I drove down there right after that and counted them all. There was over 100 no parking signs from Mount Vernon all the way down to Mount Pleasant, because people were actually parking there. And so we've learned some lessons. I'll reserve the rest of my comments about when I was just out to Mears Road Friday, but I'll reserve those comments until I'm finished.
And then I think just I heard Ken, you say was talking about traffic, and I certainly understand concern about traffic, and I know we can't just widen all the roads real easily. I think Kramer is probably the worst because it's the one road that doesn't have a line in between, and it is very tight. And there are a couple of areas, especially like where it's Ore Creek Road, where it very
on Bell Road,
really tight. And I think there are some areas that I think have to be addressed if we open this up because there are a couple spots that are of huge concern. And I think if we move forward, we really have to look at how we address some of those bigger concerns. And if we have to, close something down to fix it, I think this board has to be willing to do that to make sure that we're addressing those safety needs. So, it's good to know that, we can do that. We can make changes as needed. So that's it for my questions.
I don't see any more questions. I'll just point out to the board that we have the two items before us. One is to adopt a resolution to certify the final subsequent EIR, and the other one is to approve or not the modification to the CUP for the Hidden Falls Regional Park, or the reduced project as it's called. We have to take those two items separately and with a roll call vote, just so you know that going in. So I'll just open it up to the board for further comments and or something that leads to taking action. Suzanne.
Yes, I still have concerns that we haven't mitigated everything that we could or should mitigate. I'm not against parks. I think park is a great idea. And the difficult thing about this is weighing and balancing. We've got hundreds of emails saying, please pass this thing because, number one, we need more parks, but we already have 900 miles of trails. Whereas we need more trails. It's a great thing. We would love to have more trails because we would love to have more trails. So then you have to balance out all of those people who are saying, please pass it because we want it, as opposed to all those people who are saying, don't pass it the way it is right now until we have an opportunity to fix some of this stuff. And they're the ones that are actually going to be impacted, whether it's by crime, fire, people parking all over their parking lot. I think the lack of cell phone coverage is detrimental to everyone. And, so I appreciate the work of staff. I know you guys have been working at this way longer than I've ever been here. 3 months? And I'm pedaling really hard to catch up with all of the rest of you on my information and my research. But I have been up there. I've toured both with the locals. I've toured with the county staff. I've seen the area. I hear the cries of the people, and I have a lot of concerns about moving forward without mitigating. That's all. I don't want to stop the trails altogether. I do think they're a really great idea, and I think it's nice. I know Placer County will probably be the largest users of the trails. I'm not so much worried about people coming from outside Placer County because it's the same thing. Whether we go we go to San Luis Obispo and we enjoy the parks or whatever there. Their taxpayers are paying for them there. So that's not so much a concern of me, but it is a concern to me when it burdens the locals because people are going to come. Even though I think building fewer parking spaces does not equal a reduced interest in coming to the park. So, it was a good idea to say we'll build less parking spaces, but we've done a little bit of research, and here are some of the websites that are advertising our new Hidden Falls expansion project. bringfido.com, hikingproject.com, Trail Forks, Geeker Hike, Waterfalls. They're all advertising it. Out of all of these websites, how many of them are telling everybody besides, please come because it's gorgeous, and it is? How many of them are telling them you have to have a reservation before you get here? We also did some research on just the websites that comment about the park, and everybody's saying how gorgeous it is. It's beautiful. You've got to go. And I think we found a handful of them said, but you have to have a reservation before you get there. So there are concerns with that. I think we can mitigate it, but I have true concerns for the impact on everyone locally, from fire insurance, traffic, and crime. Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank Andy Fisher and Lisa Carnahan and Ken Grimm and all the county staff that's worked so hard over the last, it's over 3 years, bringing this to this point. But I also want to thank Placer, Protect Rural Placer, for your very determined efforts to inform the Board of Supervisors the impacts that you see coming if this project is passed. You've done a great job. And I've got to admit, I've gone back and forth on this project several times. As we come to this point today, I've been driving along and all of a sudden I'll start thinking about it. I wake up in the morning, start thinking about it. I've done a lot of thoughtful consideration. So I want to go back. Andy talked about how we got here, and I'm going to go back to the late 1990s and the early 2000s, when several thoughtful, forward-thinking community members, one of them sitting here, had serious concerns about the tremendous development pressures occurring in Placer County. From those concerns, Placer Legacy, the Placer Land Trust, Placer Grown, the robust increase in our number of mandarin orchards, our wineries, and of course the Placer County Conservation Plan. They all grew out of this development pressure that we saw. So those organizations brought to the forefront the importance of preserving our agricultural lands and our pristine open space. And I've been very proud to be involved with the Placer Land Trust, with the acquisition of Taylor Ranch, Liberty Ranch, and all the others that were listed on that PowerPoint. And I'm particularly pleased with the Placer Land Trust working with the Oast Ranch to preserve the Oast family's more than 150 years of continuous agricultural production with the agricultural conservation easements that they procured. Placer County Supervisors have been great partners with the Placer Land Trust in these accomplishments. Last Wednesday, I went with staff out to the Twilight Ride property. It's a beautiful area of agricultural land. It was a beautiful day, just wonderful out there. And just before noon Friday, as I said earlier, I drove out to Mears Road to speak with some of the folks that live there. I was able to observe the continuous traffic going in and out of Hidden Falls, mostly in. It was a beautiful day. I drove to the park. No ranger on site, probably out doing something else. The parking lot was full. But the driveways along Mears Road had cones and other methods put in place to discourage visitors from using their driveways to park or turn around. I'm talking with neighbors. I asked how they felt about the expansion project of Hidden Falls. They're very appreciative of the county's efforts with the no parking signs and the reservation system that's kind of mitigated some of their concerns, but they still have issues with all the visitors in their neighborhood. And so they ask, why is the county thinking of adding 25 additional parking spaces that will bring more traffic to their area that will compound their concerns? And I understand that why are we going to bring that to Twilight Ride, that parking, that challenge with all the traffic out there? We've had testimony today about traffic impacts on Kramer Road over the last, just the last month, within the last month. So there are issues out there, and these are the people that live out there now. So if we start adding another 125 cars to that roadway, I think that's going to increase the opportunity for more traffic. We've talked about fire. rural Placer County is designated as one of the high-risk areas in the state of California. So if the fire starts, generally they're human cause. Doesn't mean that they're horseback riders, doesn't mean they're hikers, it doesn't mean they're bicyclists, anybody, and generally anybody that lives out there could cause a fire that would be devastating. And so that's something that concerns me as well. So those are, cell service is problematic. There's not enough cell phone service out there. Nobody wants any cell towers out in the rural area. I understand that, but it's a concern if someone has a medical issue or if there's a fire down in the bottom of Hidden Falls, how are they going to get response out? So I think those are there's many issues there, that potential issues that this project will cause to the residents that will be impacted by that. These are people, some have lived there for more than 50 years. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be in support of this project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't see any other lights, so I'll throw in my comments if that's. I'm chair, so I get to do that anyhow. So, to me, the center of all this balances on what this county is going to look like 50 years from now, 100 years from now. And I was fortunate to be moved up here when I was just turning 10 years old back in 1961, and could never have envisioned, I don't think anyone who lived here could have envisioned the fact that there'd be more than six times more people living here than there was back then. And of course, if I would have objected to that, I would have been the first guy run out of town. But I'd have been happy if things stayed the way they were in terms of population, but that was just not going to be, and it's not something that I expect to happen in the near-term future. When I was a kid, I used to hike onto Hidden Falls Park and fish there. We used to ride our horses all over the county roads. It was just a completely different world and space. So now we have a huge amount of growth. We opened up and started Placer Legacy for the purpose of trying to hold on to the rural character that was drawing so many people here and so many people that had some kind of an out-of-doors perspective. And we've done a lot of things that I think are very compatible with trying to hang on to that semblance of a county and avoid a land development pattern, frankly, that looks a lot like Sacramento County. So we have been fortunate to have growth in different agricultural components than what existed when I was growing up. There are wineries now. I think the largest productive wine vineyard is Wise Villa, and it's half of a farm that existed almost across the street from my property when I grew up. I drive to and from my house every day. I drive by farms that used to be a lot bigger than what they are now. So all that takes me by way of the fact that these large acquisitions that we did accomplished several things. One, they set aside some of the large remaining properties that we had. We then made them available for people for recreation, not knowing, frankly, if anybody would even bother to come, and then they became overwhelmingly successful. When those people come up here, even if they're out of county, they buy our mandarins, they go to our wineries, they will remain in agriculture. They have to remain in agriculture. This notion of incompatibility with agriculture perplexes me also, but agriculture also changes. So that's important to keep in mind. So I think staff did a great job over all these years of adding on to something that the board has been building. Early on, I believe it was after we had actually opened Hidden Falls and after the Land Trust had purchased Harvigo, we immediately started trying to perfect, in partnership with them, a trail section that would be able to connect all of those pieces of open space for a range of reasons. And we did that. We did that pretty early on. So I'm very supportive of the downsized effort that the Planning Commission approved. It's not going to be perfectly mitigated for everybody. But I can tell you that most of the people that drive by my house, which is a small farm that I grew up on, they have nothing to do with Hidden Falls Park. They don't have anything to do with agritourism for the most part. It's just more people who live out here. Never thought I would have seen limousines driving around out here, Tina, and I know they're going to you guys' wineries, and that's okay. That's just a part of that change. And I think that 50 and 100 years from now, if we don't take advantage of this opportunity today and preserve what it may expand into, I think there'll be a lot of people later on who just regret it. So that, I'll turn it back over to Cindy, who hasn't spoken yet.
Thanks, Robert. And thanks for your history and legacy, both you and Supervisor Holmes, on the history. So as I took office, or just as before I actually took office, I was meeting and hearing at MAC meetings from Protect Placer Rural, and I really hats off to all of you for the diligence you put in bringing this to my attention. I then subsequently went out for a hike and discovered a new part of Placer County I hadn't experienced before, and also maybe stopped at some wineries and did some other things along the way. But what a great resource, and just seeing that plaque and understanding the forethought of folks putting that land aside so that it wouldn't be developed and couldn't be developed, I think is such a legacy to our quality of life. Placer County routinely gets rated as one of the top counties in the state for quality of life. And I think it's the forethought of my predecessors setting aside those lands and protecting our heritage as best we can when we're surrounded by growth and development. How do we preserve these areas and allow the public to use them? This has been, as Jim said, a really challenging issue since the moment I was sworn in, visiting the site with the Worsts and hearing from Judy and Mike and the Roods and everyone I've met there, as well as hiking, going with staff. Thank you to all the hard work of staff and CAL FIRE in responding to our concerns on these issues and trying to find some level of balance and compromise because we can't stay the same. We know we can't stay the same, and we won't have support to protect more land if public can't use the lands that we have protected. So I do think the reduced project has a lot of merit. I am very concerned that staff put their money where their mouth is, meet with the property owners routinely and repeatedly throughout the development of the project to address concerns. As long as I'm in office, I'm going to demand that. You know that. I ran parks. I know how important it is to work with community members to address their concerns, and you can address their concerns if you do that. And, you know, I will say that we've received hundreds and hundreds of emails and notes and text messages, and even during the meeting getting corrections to comments and things. I so appreciate that. And they're all, I discount those, sorry sir, that are from outside Placer County because my job is to represent my Placer County residents. But I have also solicited people's comments, and I've met with city council members in Auburn, the Chamber Government Affairs Committee, the Chamber of Commerce has voted, Auburn Chamber of Commerce, on behalf of its 400 business members to support the reduced project. So we do have a lot of support from our business members and owners and taxpayers in Placer County to do this. So it's not going to be perfect. I know it's devastating to people to see change, but I've built a lot of parks. I've managed parks. My history has been it's never as bad as you think, and we do fix it. And what you can be assured of is that we, as your public neighbors, are going to take better care of that property than private interests will. Private interests over time won't be able to keep up with the forestry. I mean, most of the complaints I get are about neighbors' private properties. I've done mine, but I can't get insurance because my neighbor hasn't done theirs. We can take care of that for you. We have got to be good stewards of this property and help make sure that we are model for taking care of property so that people trust us to continue to protect Placer County and the benefits for all residents. So I do think I found myself supporting the reduced project with those caveats, and finding balance to give on both sides of how we get through this. It's not going to happen immediately on a time frame. We have time to plan that out. We have time to react and respond to the neighbors' concerns and to look at adaptive management where we could close the park more days or take reservations on more days of the week, provide more rangers, provide more support to the parks, because it is so critical to our quality of life. Thanks.
Bonnie.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that. I, too, actually, before I got sworn in, went out to visit Hidden Falls because neighbors contacted me before I got sworn in, and had a chance to tour the area. And I have not made up my mind. I had not made up my mind through this whole project and process because I really wanted to see what the concerns were, what the issues were. Wanted to wait until the EIR came out so I could understand the concerns. And this has been very challenging. We have residents who love our community, moved to a rural area for a wonderful quality of life. And we've heard some really impassioned people. And I have to say thank you to Jane, to Judy, to a number of you, because you asked really good questions, and you forced us you forced staff to ask questions. I think made a better project proposal because of the questions that you asked. Jane, the letter that we received from you a couple weeks ago, I asked staff a number of questions about a week and a half ago. I'm like, Andy, more questions, and I'm going through the proposal, asking a lot of questions. So I really do appreciate that. And this has been challenging because we have a wonderful county, and people live here because of the quality of life and the amenities that we have, and that we do have open space and access to that open space and trails, and people desire that and want that. And we've seen even more of that in this last year, when the only thing you really could do was go outside and use the trails, which is something my husband and I did on the trails near our home in Roseville and in the county, in West Placer County. Really enjoyed that. And it was interesting. I was talking to a horse person from the Dry Creek area, and she's like, it was awful when we had to give up some of our area for the trail that was built out in West Placer. And they didn't love that. But then all these people benefited from it. And that's what makes this so hard, because we want to provide opportunities for our residents to be outside and enjoy the outdoors. And as this county grows, and we have more residents growing in South Placer, more residents coming to South Placer and smaller lots, and yes, there are going to be parks, and that's great, but it's not the same as getting outside and taking your family for a hike and getting away from all the craziness that's down here. And y'all have been able to enjoy that, and that is a wonderful thing. And I think that other residents should be able to have the opportunity to enjoy that. And it's going to take 10, 15 years for build out. And to Supervisor Wygant's point, it's a legacy for the future, which I think which is what makes Placer County so very, very special. We want to make sure that we have open space in our community, and we also want our residents to be able to enjoy it. And it's really hard to say no to the residents who have that location and you've enjoyed that space. But I want to say yes to our other residents as well. And that's one of the challenges. It's a balancing act. It's not about saying no to a group of people. It's about saying yes to the community as a whole. And that's hard to say that to folks that I really respect, because you've worked really hard. But I think for the overall good of the community, the benefits that this project will provide, with our staff really working to address questions and problems, and you can come to me and I will make sure I and making sure that we are responding to the concerns that come up. But I do think that it is a good project, and I'm supportive that we move forward.
Okay, so we have the two items in front of us to adopt or not the resolution to certify the subsequent environmental impact report and a RIDA prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring reporting program.
I will move approval.
I will second.
Moved and seconded. Could we have a roll call, please, Megan?
Gore?
Yes.
Holmes? No. Jones?
No.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. And secondly, approve or not the modification of the conditional use permit for Hidden Falls Regional Park and Trails Expansion Area Project, reduced project, subsequent to the recommended conditions of approval.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? No. Jones?
No.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes. So on behalf of the board, I want to thank everybody who participated from the community. These are difficult issues, but we do honestly, genuinely appreciate the time that you took over the years and the fact that you came tonight and testified one way or another. But again, I want to give a huge thanks to staff over all these years for the tremendous work that they did, regardless of what we did up at the board. But I know you worked really hard and took it all to heart, and appreciate that. Thank you. We are adjourned until tomorrow morning.